Hello, y'all. How's it going? It's Tuesday, and that means it's time for more Kameo Elements of Power. Whoa, camera, how did that happen? That's funny. Well, started playing this last week as part of the whole, random Rareware playthrough gimmick. And, it was chosen randomly during that stream last week, last Tuesday. And we got, like, halfway through it. We got, like, all the way through the second huge main area, which, of course, comes after a whole prologue and a smaller tutorial bullshit area. So, like, we are at least halfway through this game, if not more so, and we've been playing for like 4 hours. I reckon this will be the last stream. This is probably going to be the last stream. We just need to go over to the Ice Town area. We need to do some business there. There'll also be a bit of like overworld stuff, some Hyrule Field nonsense you'll see in a minute when we try to leave town. There'll be a little bit of that type shit. But, like, we are in spitting distance of the end, and how long this goes will really come down to how much side stuff we do, which, I don't know if you know this game, if you remember from last time, but this is Kameo Elements of Power, and we got all these, like, elemental warriors, and they all have abilities that you invest fruit in, so we need to go get some fruit so that we can, afford things like drag pool and splashdown, making Deep Blue into something decent. Or hell, we probably need some of these, actually, I think all these just augment Deep Blue's thing. I don't know what we need to invest in. I think that honestly, Chilla kind of has as much as he needs to be cool. Right, the B button is equipping stuff here, so we need to hit start, exit. Yeah. So we got all these guys, that's cool. This is an Xbox 360 game, that's right. Though, I will say, I did look around the internet, and apparently there is a Xbox version that was in beta, and people have gotten their hands on, and apparently it's pretty much the complete game as it shipped, so... It was... It could have gone on Xbox if it had just, not been ready for Xbox 360 launch. It was a launch game on the Xbox 360 back in the day, this one. So, honestly, could have been a Twilight Princess situation if they had, like, given a shit about the original Xbox, which I don't think, I guess at that point they didn't. Which was probably wise, considering the 360... was a hell of a bigger success than the Xbox original was. Let me say. 1 second. So that about sums up where we are, what we have to do, what we're doing here. You can see that I am a fairy. I got a bunch of transformations that all have neat abilities, like this is Pummelweed. Pummelweed punches and burrows. This is Major Ruin. Major Ruin rolls around. You'll see them all come into play as we, explore, do exploration, do optional stuff, and get some, money as well occasionally. We'll do stuff. And that will, that'll, what's the word? We'll make progress. How about that? I have one thing to just, mention real quick before we begin properly, which is that, there is a Pikmin outage currently. The Twitch feature where, the Twitch thing where people can throw Pikmin at me, yeah, that's currently out. There is an issue with, the APIs apparently changed on Twitch overnight, and they are updating the app as we speak. What I heard, there is an experimental version of the app that does the Pikmin stuff that went up like earlier today. I haven't gotten it yet. It's still experimental. It's not really ready for prime time. So, you know, we'll see what happens there. I'll keep you posted, and for now, those Twitch channel point redemptions are closed. They're not available and won't be until it is back online. Understand? Understand. Nothing can do about that. Whatever. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do?
Okay.
Funny. Anyway, I'm just looking at my phone and seeing something weird. Wondering if, be able to see that. I think you will be. Okay, good. Okay, it's fine, it's good. Okay. If I need to show my phone, I can't. Okay. Right, that covers it. Let's, get into things. Now, to exit the second town and continue on our way. That's right, it's time to start up the thing that we're doing tonight, playing the game. And here's the first thing that we gotta do. There's a bunch of, like, evil ships coming our way, and they are full of, like, a ridiculous amount of enemies, as you can see.
Thorn's nothing if not persistent. Our soldiers won't last long against that warship without our help. Get over to the elemental shrine and light the cannons to sink that floating monstrosity.
Listen to the voice acting. We need to get to the shrine to do the thing. Because there's guys coming. And they're going to do like an attack. We're gonna fend them off. And then we'll head to the third area. By the way, I'm thinking, like, if we do some side stuff, you know, like wander around the overworld, revisit some towns, get some extra doodads, we'll do that right before we head to the end game. Right before, I'm thinking. So, you know, for now, let's just relax and just mainline this thing until we're, like, right at the end. Okay, what I want to do here is I unlock the oil ability of Deep Blue. So I want to cover them in oil. Did it work? Oh, okay, I want to make some fire and then I use Deep Blue. That's the combo. Okay. Make fire, then Deep Blue. It's not like the oil, like, sticks around for you to light up after, you know, it's not like I'm drenching these fools in oil. Also, I'm killing some of my own dudes. That is, cost of doing business. Probably need to, like, kill these guys who are menacing our cannon, specifically. Oh, we kill those guys and then they rotate the cannons and then we light them up when they're in position. Excellent. That works. Okay. You guys stop that. Tell you what we can do. We can use our new fella that we just got at the end of the last stream. Chilla, and just put those guys on our backs and then throw them. Chilla's pretty good. How's the audio? Is the audio good? I have it at the same level I did last time. So it should be fine. More or less. I have a pretty sizable amount of cards tonight. Turns out there was a lot going on in the world. One thing I would like to cover, like, as the first thing. Let me kill this guy, and then I'll end this guy. Oh my lord, there are a lot of guys here. Out of here, out of here, out of here. You. Get. This guy's too big. Maybe I need to throw these guys. Only have 2 guys on my back. Or maybe these guys are too big to be thrown. That would explain it. Okay, lessons learned. Quick, follow-up. Follow-up on Wind Elemental Warriors. One thing last time we were discussing was what elements they could add in a sequel. What elements are sort of missed opportunities here. Buddies, you're leaving this cannon. We discussed elements that were left on the table, such as wind, or another example would be electric. And I had a thought that, like, wait, is this something that is, like, known about? And I did some poking around, and I checked out the Rare Replay featurette. And sure enough, in that featurette, they talked about some elementals that were cut, and specifically wind as a type of element that come on. There we go. They talked about wind elementals. In particular, they said, like, okay, we had one that was a bird, and they showed this picture, and it was originally changed into an enemy and then cut entirely. And there was a second one, which was sort of a tornado-looking motherfucker who you could use to fly and, like, attack from above. And what they found is, like, introducing flight really makes it so that people can circumvent any puzzle that we put in front of them, and also get places we didn't intend. This is a whole can of worms, and they had to cut that as a result. And that was sort of their explanation for the wind as an element sort of being left off the table. I kind of think that they could have, like, you know, had wind without necessarily flight, but, you know, I hardly can blame them for, you know, a lot happens in development, you know? There's also a bunch of other interesting tidbits in that thing, talking about, like, oh, you know, the thing where all the elementals start as sprites kind of made sense in the original, like, earlier versions of the game. Third hit. I think we need to do one more. Kind of made more sense in the original version of the game, where it was more like a Pokemon style thing, where the idea was like, oh, you'll be catching elementals left and right, and they'll all be running around as little scamps in the world, as little elemental children, until you catch them and they become big, cool, strong elemental warriors. And maybe there's, like, some inspiration there from, like, your Pokemon, you know, catching a pre-evolved version of a thing and seeing it grow into a big, giant, you know, beast of a motherfucker. You know, maybe there's some through line there. You know, they talked about Pokemon being an influence on it, and, you know, obviously, like, yeah, that's...
Help protecting the elemental shrine, then talk with me through the Whatnot book.
Oh, they're doing that one next, not the one I was I'm looking towards. Interesting stuff. Very interesting stuff. I guess, you know, that's a thing about every game, right? Like, if you look into the behind the scenes, it's like, oh, this was originally supposed to be this. This made a little more sense when the original idea was that it was like this. You know, like, oh, you'd be catching hundreds of these guys. Not like 6. Not like 10 in the final game. But, you know, it's not the version we got, you know? It's like how sometimes when you learn that, like, Star Fox Adventures started development as Diddy Kong Racing 2, you might go like, what? But, you know, kind of... I'm sure if they told this story by story of like, oh yeah, we were expanding on the adventure stuff, and eventually it became more adventure than a racing game, and eventually, you know, Miyamoto stepped in and said like, hey, that's Fox. Make a Star Fox. Shit happens in development, I guess is the lesson there. That's gotta be it. The water here looks awkward, the way it doesn't have, like, physics or anything. But, you know, it was very early 360. Doing, like, waves and stuff, that's very hard. Now, I was gonna say Banjo doesn't do it. Banjo's an N64 game, you get an excuse there.
Another triumph for the forces of good. We don't have time to stand around gloating, however. The Snowtop village is marked on your map, so let's get a move on.
Yep, done here. Victory. Let's get going to Snowtop Village, the next destination. Anyway, that's just some neat fun facts about development of Kameo, which really interesting. I don't know, what the fuck. I still maintain that they could have done more. They could have done another game. But, you know, I guess the reality is this game was not successful enough or, like, remembered enough to warrant a sequel. I imagine it did okay, you know, launch game and all, but as, like, one of the few good launch games of the Xbox 360, but, like, you know, apparently that's not enough to get to swing a sequel. I guess. I've heard more talk about, like, what a sequel to Grab by the Ghoulies would have been. And obviously that's a game that would have never gotten a sequel, considering that it was, like, a genuine flop. Though I'll say I do love Grab by the Ghoulies, or I have a real appreciation and respect for... I have an appreciation for Grab by the Ghoulies. Let's not go crazy. Say it's outright love, but it's a good game that I like a lot. And people, Rare Replay should play it. Especially around Halloween, you know? I'll say, Grab by the Ghoulies is not part of the Rare... It is not part of the random Rareware playthrough thing, on account of I played through it on stream 2 years ago. Around Halloween, you see. So, 2-3 years ago, so it's like already done. You know? It's already, I already did it. Though, I could do a playthrough of the really hard, Challenge 21, or some shit. That could be something. If I wanted to offer that as, like, a, additional thing. Snowtop Village, let's go! This is the next major chunk of the game. I think this is pretty much gonna go like the last area, pretty much. We're going to go get 2 more elemental warriors.
We need some new abilities. Reach the Shadow Troll and defeat it so we can add flex to your arsenal.
Yeah, we're gonna get, I believe, 2 more here. We're going to get Flex and it's not a spoiler to say the names, right? We're gonna get 40 Below. Then we're going to beat a boss, which will give us a Snare. And then we'll go get Thermite. And then we'll be like, you know, endgame style at that point. The people here are ice people, and they have 4 arms. I feel like there's some, like, overlap between, like, some of the monster designs and stuff. Like, when you meet Flex, you'll see Flex is a fellow that has 4 arms as well. It makes me wonder, like, is there some relationship between Flex and those guys, those ice guys? Is there some relationship between Pummelweed and the plant guys from the Plant Kingdom? From Plant Town, you know? I don't know. Let me show you a hot take. This is the next card. In fact, I'll show the next card. Look at this Rareware hot take. I saw this posted to Discords I was in, and I said, oh my lord, that is a hot take. Look at this. Don't tell anyone from the ages of 24 to 23, 26 to 33. I had to move the chat out of the way to read what the tweet said. That Rare's best video game, Rare's best game is Sea of Thieves. That is absolutely something that I don't think you should tell anyone. First off, I'm 34, so I'm already outside the range that, you know, is in the tweet. I think that, you have severely underestimated the age of Golden Age Rareware fans. We go up to like 40 in some cases, you know. Like shit, man. Like Rareware's golden era started in 1994. Anyone who was like a teen then is like in the golden zone for, in like the, you know, is like at the just the right age to have a deep standing love for, my god, this just keeps on giving us money. This is just free money. How can I not just burn this over and over and over and over again? Oh, wait a minute. I say that and it stopped giving us money. Well, mostly. Okay, well, it's random. I like free money, so give me 2... We get 1 set of them that doesn't have anything. We'll, move it along. Meanwhile, let me just say my, 2 cents about that take. Here's my 2 cents about that take. I don't know that, like, Sea of Thieves is, like, in the top 20 of rare games. Is top 20 a little bit severe? Let's see, there's 3 DKCs, there's 2 Banjo-Tooies, 2 banjos, 3 banjos, 4 banjos. It's up to 7. There's a couple of conkers, including remakes. There's like probably like a good half dozen little games like Kameo and Sea of and I was about to say Sea of Thieves and like Grab by the Ghoulies, which are pretty good and definitely better than Sea of Thieves. There's the land games, the whole Game Boy Advance lineup. Yeah, I'm comfortable saying it's not in the top 20, personally. I'm comfortable saying it's not in the top 20 Sea of Thieves. Like, let's be real here. I don't think it's better than Grab by the Ghoulies. I don't think it's better than Kameo, the game I'm playing now. It's definitely not better than Star Fox Adventures. Before you even get to, like, some of the best games of all time, like Donkey Kong Country, Donkey Kong Country 2, 3, Tooey, Kazooie, you know, like, Rare has had some top-tier, best-of-all-time games, and it's not even in the same category as those. It's in the, like, it's in, like, the competing with Perfect Dark Zero for, like, yeah, that's okay. That one's alright. How do you open these? Is this... You need a different guy to open these things.
One day, I'm going.
Bomb Riders, okay. Yeah, we need like a different ice guy. This isn't like the the water warriors we saw last time. I think if we icicle this guy, he drops a bomb or a thing, and that's what we actually need to do to open the way. Let's do that. We got a bunch of money there. And I think we can be proud of all that money. Here's where I'm at. Like, I think Perfect Dark Zero is better than Sea of Thieves. Perfect Dark Zero is not a good video game. It has, like, you know, really janky controls. Most of its levels are really overly complicated, where you don't know what to do, and it's all just very confusing. But it does have one level that's pretty fun, and that's one level more than Sea of Thieves has, where it's just like you go to an island, and you're like, I don't know, I guess I'll get a chest or whatever. Okay, I got a chest or whatever. What do I do now? Oh, head back to the boat and sail somewhere else? Okay. Whatever. I'll say most of my Sea of Thieves takes are from, like, you know, playing it at launch. But, that's, you know, how games work. You play them at launch, and then if you don't really, like, click with them, you don't play them again. I think it's kind of sad that, like, Rare has... I've said before, I think it's kind of sad that Rare went from this studio that, like, Double Fine in the Xbox Live Arcade era. You know, like Double Fine, where they... Like how Double Fine had, like, tons of teams and was making tons of games, like, 10 years ago. Like, 20 years ago, Rare was, like, making dozens of games, you know, to the point where when the 360 launched, they put out 2 games at the same day, and it wasn't weird. It was just, like, kind of normal. Like, oh yeah, Rare just has a bunch of games in the pipeline, and here they are. They're really good. They're really good games. Genuinely, the camera is acting a little bit funny here. Well, Perfect Dark Zero. I'll also say this of Perfect Dark Zero, to give Perfect Dark Zero one more thing, and it's like, one more arrow in its quiver. I really like the online in Perfect Dark Zero. It's janky and weird in a fun way, I think. A couple years ago, a streamer that, streamer Dan Reichert, he was doing Extra Life, and he booted it up and did some online. I think the servers are down now, for what's... Actually, I'm not sure. There's still Xbox 360 online, right? You can still, like, do that? I think you can still do online on Xbox 360 games, actually. You know, if you want to do, like, the online play and stuff. He booted up Perfect Dark Zero and, like, you know, got a bunch of people from chat to join him in just, like, some dumbass deathmatch, and it was low-key just goofy dumbass fun. In a way that, you know, is, like, worth applauding. Like, I would have more fun right now if I played some Perfect Dark Zero online with, like, other people who were also just like, oh man, this game is not great, but, man, whatever. We get jetpacks? Jetpacks are cool.
Finally a visitor.
Sure, we'll play this game. Can we get an elemental fruit, or is this just money?
You won a special prize.
Fuck yes. Okay, that's what we need.
can barely stay awake.
Good minigame. There are apparently signs hidden around. That might be another side thing. Whatever. Why did I fall there? Because I jumped over a bit of water and the water canceled my flight because I wasn't hovering, you know, I couldn't hover over the water. And then I didn't resume hovering when I got to the other side of it. That's funny. Anyway, all that to say is that Rare has just tons and tons of great games. Rare has tons and tons of, like, phenomenal games. Rare has tons and tons of, like, S-tier, Game of the Year style games. You know, like my favorite game. Up there, top 2. One of them is Donkey Kong Country 2. The other one's Mario Odyssey. So, you know, DKC2 is Rare's best game. It's not really up for debate.
Hello, dear. I'm Miss Frost, the school teacher in this village. If you are finding
The Banjo games, you could put either one of those up there as well. That'd be fine. But really, it's DKC2.
Elephants of power. If an ice elephant is on an icy surface, it will have an infinite spirit.
What? If an ice element is on an icy surface, it will have infinite spirits?
Try not to mumble.
Who's an
There are
elephant?
lots of goodies hidden in the
We don't
ground
have
in
any
these
elephants.
parts. Sometimes we try and knock them down to the
Who cares
What's
about
your name?
grades?
That's a good idea.
What's your name?
Are you a new student?
These seem like hints for, like, once we get, one of the upcoming guys. So, you know, keep those in mind. What I need right now is, Chilla. Need to aim up there and climb, and there we go. Anyway, that's a hot take. That's my take on a hot take. I think my take is my take in response to that take, pretty much room temperature. Exactly what you would expect from someone who, you know, grew up during Rare's golden age. To whom, when Kameo came out, it was like, oh, cool. Rare's still at it. And they're still doing good stuff. You know, it's kind of a shame that they've only made one game for the last 10 years. I'll say that. Everwild's never going to come out. And even when it does, it's not the kind of game I would want. You know what I mean? It's not like, Sure, I'll get a Fruit Finder newsletter. That sounds like a good idea. I have plenty of money. It's not the kind of game I would want, which is to say, like, I want, like, an 8-hour thing that's, like, as good as Kameo Elements of Power. That's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for, like, a Viva Pinata that I play once. Maybe, you know, I return to it, like, 10 years later, but not like a forever game. You know, I kind of don't want Rareware to be the forever game company. That said, stinks of egg. It's quite a hype. It's up down below my signs in sight. I don't know what that means. I'll say, for what it's worth, Sea of Thieves, a lot better than Ukulele. So, you know. And as far as, like, Ukulele versus, or like, Sea of Thieves versus, Ukulele, Impossible Lair, that's a toss-up. I'd probably give it to Impossible Lair, honestly. Just because I like a lot the gimmicks of Impossible Lair with the whole, like, alternate versions of levels. That's really neat. And the whole, like, map screen manipulation. I do think those levels are a little bit jank. A little bit janky. Okay, that's, bombs, fucked. Here we go. Oh, fuck me. There we go. I got more cards. We are going through the series at this like game at such a rate, and also through this whole like multiple playthrough game at such a rate that I am beginning to wonder like what's coming up next as far as like these Rareware playthroughs. These are going so fast that I do think we need to start thinking about, like, once this is done, what's the next thing? To say again, the gimmick is that I've been playing through random Rareware games randomly, and we're already in the 3rd of 6, and there's 3 left, and looks like this one was going to be done in 2 streams, so, like, you know, at this rate, we could be done sometime in May. I'll say, like, right now, sometime after May, maybe like June. I will say, I am planning on having it so that there will be some sub-goals during my birthday stream in May to add additional games. In particular, another version of Conquer. The Donkey Kong Country that's on Game Boy Color. The Donkey Kong Country on Game Boy Color. Let's see, there's those 2. Donkey Kong 64. There another one? Let me check my, the notes on my phone here. Let me see. So in addition to Star Fox Adventures, Conquer, Bad Fur Day, we will also, and Mystery Game, we could also add Donkey Kong Country Game Boy Color, Live and Reloaded, Donkey Kong Land 1 through 3. Okay, there's also Land on the list now as an incentive, and Donkey Kong 64. And I think those 4 is all we would add to the this feature in particular. So let me think about some other stuff. Let me think about some other options and see if I want to add those as, like, an additional incentive or so. You know, really beef it up a little further. I'll think about it. I'd like to add one more to the offering. And also have, like, at the, a Sonic 06 full playthrough separate from this feature. You know, just as, like, a stretch goal type situation, you know? Like, at a ridiculous amount of Twitch subs. But, you know, we'll see how many games get added, but we are coming up on the end of this game, and probably the end of this whole gimmick, and what's that going to mean for going forward? I'll tell you, here's my thought, here's my idea right now. It's been a while since I was able to do a bunch of my favorite randomizers. Because usually to do a randomizer, it's some doing, right? I have to find the time, I have to, like, you know... That... I don't know if that trumpet fruit is for... I'm going to ignore it for now. I need to, like, put aside the time to do it, right? I need to put aside the time, plan a little bit, and usually find an opening. And if I'm doing playthroughs, there's not really an opening. You know, not really. Until, such time as there is one. Point is, I want to do some, Hey, buddy. You are welcome. Thank you for the fruits. Yes, this is apparently a very bad place where you will get frozen randomly if you come over here. Do not wander over to the random freezing area for no reason. Stay in the nice, not freezing area, like 10 feet away. That just makes sense.
Thanks for helping me out.
Anyway, I'll say, like, I have a whole list here on my phone that I want to do a bunch of randomizers in a row. I want to do a whole fucking ton of randomizers. And I want to do them similar to this random Rareware thing, where every stream, I spin a wheel and that determines the next one. And you can see here I have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20 written down, as well as 2 more that are like, you know, that are like, I'm not giving away anything that I haven't talked about yet, have I? Not really, not really. Good, okay. 2 more that are like, you know, once I play Link to the Past and Super Metroid, we can do the combo one. Once I do Ocarina and Majora's Mask, I'll add the combo one as well to that. If there's any other combo ones that are worth noting, like, please tell me and I'll add them to the list. But, like, yeah, for, like, I'm thinking, like, Tuesday streams will be randomizers for a while, and ideally trying to do them one week at a time, you know, like, try to do them in one session. And if I can't, you know, it'll be 2, but ideally once, one go. And, hey, Storm Trippin'. Ideally, I'm thinking 1 go, and that'll be after I finish all these Rareware playthroughs, which I'll say again, I could add some additional Rareware playthroughs from the birthday stream, you know, and we'll see in May, like, how many extra Rareware playthroughs get added in addition to Star Fox Adventures, Conquer Bad Fur Day, and the mystery game that is yet to be revealed, the secret playthrough, as this list says. One thing I am thinking as far as this, like, idea to do random playthroughs, random randomizers, is that I'm not gonna do them like I do these Rareware playthroughs, where I start the stream and then I spin the wheel. I'm thinking, you've been playing the multiplayer for Conquer recently? It's still going? Oh, maybe the original N64, not Live and Reloaded. Gotcha. I played a bunch of Live and Reloaded back in the day, the online. That was a very fun thing in the summer of, like, 06, 07. Like 07, 08, I don't know. Wasn't old enough where it was dead, and I had friends who were also into it, you see. But yeah, I'm thinking I'll spin the wheel before the stream, like on the previous, either when I finish the previous randomizer, or like on the Friday stream before then, so that I have time to like prepare and get ready and make a thumbnail and like get the tracker up. There's a lot of stuff to be ready with a randomizer where I really can't have like 20 randomizers all ready to go. I need like a week to prepare each one. And, you know, that will be done. That'll be the way we do with the randomizer streams. Honestly, I am wondering if I should have done it like that with this series. You know, like, a wheel spin at the end of the stream to be like, okay, what's the next game? Ooh, it's Conquer. Would that be more interesting than, like, starting a stream with no idea what it's gonna be? You know, I don't know. Also, the thing is, like, how many people are present when I spin the wheel and experience the drama? You know, a lot of people get in later. It's like, okay, it's Kameo, hey. It's the drama's, you know, all gone. Whereas, like, if you're watching a VOD and you don't know, like, what's next, because it's, you know, not the thumbnail, it's not the stream, it's not what the stream is, you can go like, ooh, what's it gonna be? What's it gonna be? Ooh, it's Conquer! You know, that sort of thing. I feel like, let's not change this mid-stream, mid-thing. I know with Blight Club, Giant Bomb's Blight Club feature, they're switching it to be reveals at the end of the previous thing rather than at the start of the new thing. And that seems to be working well for them. I'm not gonna change my way of doing it just yet for this whole thing. How you doing, Storm Trippin'? Very cool. I'll also say one more thing about, like, about finishing this week. I'm thinking if we finish it this week, next week will be some sort of Super World stream. Last Friday, I finished my, uploaded my last level of my Super World. 40 levels, Mario Maker 2, you know, that whole deal. And I need to, do some final things, one of which will be to play through the whole damn thing in one stream. And I'm thinking next week, sometime, not sure when, I will do that. I'll decide specifics by the time, I'll decide specifics by next week, by the Friday stream, I think. But, need to play through it, figure out, like, how long it is, and then, part of the conceit of the Super World is that, it's called, like, the name of the Super World is Waluigi's Triple Threat, and the idea is that you're sort of, like, supposed to be racing Waluigi to the end of the Super World. That is to say, there'll be a part-time for you to beat, and, I need to figure out what that part-time is by playing through it myself, and, you know, giving you Waluigi's time, which will basically just be the time it takes me to go through it and get every 10 coin along the way. So like a 100% playthrough. I think it's okay if anyone going for that part-time just does the, you know, just doesn't get those coins. You know, I feel like that's just Waluigi's handicap, that he has to get the optional collectibles. But, whatever. These bosses are so tedious. Oh god, I got eaten. My health is getting all sucked up. Still a tedious boss, even if it's not, like, trivial or whatever. Anyway, look for that next week. I don't know when. Maybe over the weekend. Maybe like a Sunday stream or something. That doesn't sound good. Maybe like a Monday stream? I gotta think about it. I gotta think about when we doing it. I guess Wednesday is the direct next week. So, you know, maybe could do it. Should I do it before the direct? Should do it before the direct. Maybe Monday. Maybe Monday. I wouldn't mind a Monday stream. And, like, anime is sort of falling off and won't be starting up until, like, the start of the month. Oh, what are these wind sounds? We'll see. Please don't ruin the cutscene of Flex. Fucking wind glitch sound. Furra. He's saying Furra. Good. Okay, good. We get to enjoy the cutscene. This is Flex, by the way. Flex is my favorite elemental warrior. Flex is like better Pummelweed. Pummelweed, but with mobility, basically. I guess Pummelweed can bury. So like Pummelweed, Flex's main thing is just like smacking, and can just like smack enemies repeatedly as much as Flex wants. In fact, I'm looking at the energy thing. He's not even expending energy. Flex's main move is a hookshot. Can hookshot onto things. Flex also has the shocker. Electrocute someone in his grasp. I want this slap storm. My god, I have a lot of elemental fruit. Good. Good. Last time we sort of ran out of those, so it's good that we have like a good supply of them. I'll grab the slapper and the shocker. The slap storm and the shocker. I don't think we need the super shocker though. With the storm, you can like do like JoJo style rapid hits as much as you want, and also you can grab someone and shock them with the shocker. Flex is good. I think he is the best like basic attacker. You know, he just attacks, and that's all you need. Just slap, slap, slap. Fuck him up. He doesn't like have combos or nothing fancy like Pummelweed has, but he doesn't need it because he just does good. He does consistently good damage. There's no fruits in this place. Oh lord. And he can look onto these tongues. There's one other thing that Flex does, which we'll see if we get to when we get to water. But he is a water type similar to Deep Blue. He is not a swimmer though. You'll see. It's not a big thing. You'll see in a minute. We can step on. We can stop by some water on the way to 40 Below. Who is up there? You can see that this isn't really like a big action stage neither, like in the last world. You know, this isn't like, oh, you go through the whole mountain pass. Like, no, just like climb up some hills.
Snow Temple and find Yeros, we'll need to make use of the icy paths. Legends say that 40 Below could walk along them, so let's get him back.
There we go, yeah, we need to go get 40 Below. And 40 Below is where the camera just showed us, you know? Excellent, excellent. Woo, woo, woo. Ah.
Major ruin.
Flex is great. We'll see some
I can't help
Flex.
feeling something's brewing out on the Badlands.
Yeah, we're gonna have to do some sort of Badlands defense. I think before we get, I think after we get 40 Below, I can't remember. Maybe it'll stop us. Maybe it'll be like, hey, before you go get 40 Below, go do some Badlands defense. In which case, we will absolutely go defend the Badland. Here's what Flex does on water. Flex skates along the water. Isn't that cute? Isn't that fun? Isn't that good? Flex is cool. Okay, we have to do Badlands defense. We have to go to the Mordor
An
shrine.
elemental shrine is under attack. We have no choice but to break off pursuit of the Shadow Troll and return to the Badlands.
Okay, we will do that. Yes, yes, yes.
It's cold.
You can see already. Oh, I just realized I'm not in the spot that I was last time. Let me, move myself over here so you can see my, left trigger controls. Perfect, okay. Let me, I'm gonna move my activity feed so I can see myself on my preview monitor. But, I don't know. Here. There we go. Perfect, okay. That'll do. How do we get out of here, actually? Through there, I think, right? Maybe. I really don't know which way is out here. That's a problem because, maybe you have to, like, climb... No, I don't think you would have to climb out to get out. Climb up to get out, would you? Yes, I do think I need to climb up. Yeah, let's climb up. We'll find our way. I'm sure it'll, like, give us a nice game over and, start us back here if we fail. And, that'll be acceptable. Bet it's through here.
Nice to see you.
Where the fuck is the way? I think we did climb up from here, so... Over there? No. The shrine is totally being attacked out there, and I just... Oh, hey, here we go. Passage in the wall. Perfect, okay. Have no idea where to go.
Major ruin.
And also, I'm almost dead as well. You know, if I die, and I'll be respawned, like, right near where I am. It's probably fine.
We've come too far to let the elemental shrine be destroyed without a fight. Do whatever you can to take out those infernal catapults. There may be some ammunition that we can use near the shrine itself.
What the guy says is right. We're doing Badlands defense. A little bit of a Badlands intermission. Ignore the game over. We're doing it. I'm hitting continue, and we're going to start, like...
To let the elemental shrine be destroyed without a fight.
Yeah, what the guy said. Again, yes. I had, like, 0 health. That's why... Oh god, that takes, like, half my health to fall from that, place. Maybe I shouldn't be doing that, actually, that way. Maybe there's a better way to descend, from high places. Perhaps using Kameo with her wings to slow the descent. Perhaps that would be a pro tip. I don't know. It's fine. I'll get some hearts from killing dudes. This horse feels slow. Even when in charging mode. This is not charging. This is charging. I guess that's faster. It needs some speed lines, you know, like an effect on the camera to make you feel like you're going faster, even if you're not really going that much faster. That would help with the perception of speed. That's a pro tip from, like, more modern games, more recent games, like, yeah, than this one, which admittedly is like 15 years old. You know, not exactly very modern these days, I guess. Here we go. That's a trick you can do to make you feel like you're going faster. Special effects, things of that nature. My horse ran out of charge, so now I just have to sort of like, excuse me, coming through. You know, just sort of like, gently make my way through. Okay, it's time to do some physics. It's time to roll a ball up a hill. Great, I've been training for this, except using ice balls instead of fireballs. And you know what? It kind of looks like we don't have to help our fellows out or anything, our elves. Our elf friends. We can totally just, focus on balls as we do. We can just totally just focus on rolling these balls around. I feel like, Chilla, with his wide base, with his, like, wide, body, is the best for, ball rolling. But I don't know. Here, Flex is in battle right now. Flex is just really good at getting combo, getting into slow motion, and doing a 3-hit combo that basically does as much damage as you need it to, and puts them into the air. He's S tier, despite just, you know, having that one combo. See that grab move. Oh, you don't have to grab. I can fling. I can fling an enemy. Or I could slam an enemy. Ooh, that's fun. Flex is good. Didn't even try the, hang on. One more. And here's the shocker. It's alright. Flex is, top tier, best elemental. Hell yeah. Look at the bullets. My absolute favorites. Now let's roll some balls up hills. How about another card? Made some custom cubes, also bought a few too. Oh, this is an awkward one to do in the middle of battle. I'll show you after this battle is done. I'll show y'all after this battle is done. But you'll see in a minute. Oh crap, I need to pay attention to which hills have cups to receive balls. You know, catapults. Have catapults ready. I just roll the ball up a hill for no reason. I think that's it. Yep. Woohoo! Go elves! 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 Elves!
I'm starting to see something of Solon's spirit in you after all. Come on!
Alright, we're done. That one was easier than the water one. We didn't have to depend on our dudes, and we didn't have to really fight the guys. Unless we wanted to. Is this hot and on fire? No, it's just red. It's not gonna hurt us. I don't know where my horse is, so we'll just make our way back. Then I'll tell you about the cubes that I've just got. Hot cube update. Give me a minute to let's get back to town. In fact, let's get out of the war zone here. Let's duck into one of these houses. Let's say. Bet this is probably like a side thing that we could do. Nope, it's just an abandoned hut with a free elemental fruit in it. Good. Cool. What about the other one? I'm kind of shopping around, being like, okay, well, what's the best music I can get right now? Can I get some better music than, Not in an abandoned hut. Weird. Okay, just a place where you can get a quick elemental fruit. Too gloomy in there. Too gloomy. What the hell is that? Let's see what the hell that is. That kind of looks like an icicle cave. Whatever, this'll do. Alright, let me make myself extra big and, zoom out a little bit so you can see all nice and good. Okay. Let me think for a second. Yeah, this is good. Whatever. So, cubes. Let me put my stuff in order. Last week, I talked about how I got this, a 3x3 sandwich cube for the first time. And I thought it was, like, so neat. I decided, like, it was surprisingly neat, just having a 3x3 that's dead simple to solve. I thought, like, what if this, but a 5x5? And, well, I ordered 5 cubes like this one and took them apart and with their pieces put together a custom 5x5 sandwich cube with the 3 layers there between the top one and the bottom, which is very nice. Really enjoying solving it. It's a novel thing. It's simpler than a regular 5x5, faster than a regular 5x5 from my like beginner's method ass. And quite a delightful little thing to just solve in a couple minutes and be done with it. I like it a lot. Would recommend, you know, doing it, I guess. I also made a version of it with remaining pieces that has the middle layer being all one color. I like the sandwich one more with the 3 different colors. With the 3 different colors in the middle, I think that's the better one, but the Irish cube here is also very pretty. It's just, these are just the colors because they're what pieces I had left over. Not to say I didn't have more leftovers, I did. Had a whole thing of them there, you can see. But whatever. I also ordered a Sudoku, 4x4 Sudoku cube, which is also quite lovely, and also quite a novel thing to solve, and, you know, a good deal simpler than a regular 4x4. Would highly recommend this. I think this is, you know, I love a 5x5 just by default, but I've never been a big fan of a 4x4, but this I like. And it's pretty easy to solve too. You know, I was wondering like how you do it, but it turns out you can simplify it real fast. You can turn the checkerboard pattern. It's solved in a checkerboard pattern, by the way. You can turn that into like all black on one side and all white on one side. So all you need to do is solve for this and then do like a few quick things. And it's back to solved. You know, pretty nifty. 5x5 sandwich cube. Irish cube. Sudoku cube. Like them a lot. These two especially. These two are just, delightful. And, such a refreshing thing. I also got a, floppy ghost cube, which is like, you know, kind of annoying, honestly. But at the very least, it's a ghost cube that isn't, like, super annoying to solve. It's kind of obvious where things can go and only one place where it can do. And I also got this, like, you know, triangular cylindrical 3-layer cube, which is, I don't love it, honestly. I was trying to fill up my cart to get free shipping, and I threw those two in addition to the Sudoku cube. Really glad I threw in the Sudoku cube, but I don't really love these two. I don't really love these two very much. These are gonna go into a drawer and never be seen again. Anyway, that's sandwich cube, Sudoku cube, 5x5 sandwich cube, Sudoku cube, 4x4 kind, and this weirdo Irish cube. Really happy with my purchase. Really glad that I decided to make them, and I think they're great. I saw someone who made like a 4x4 sandwich cube, and they said like, "Oh, I don't like it very much." I like this though. I like this 5x5. I don't know if like the 4x4 is significantly different, but the 5x5 is a delight to solve and quite pleasant. And you can see, by the way, I did some changes with the, I don't know if y'all noticed, but I'll say this before we move on. I did some slight tweaks to the green screen thing, such that when it's on this, like, static, zoomed-out camera, the point at which the green screen turns off is a little bit higher, so you can see things that are, like, obviously, you know, below my couch. And if I go to this view, the thing goes back to where it was before, because this one can move around a little bit. You know, this one, you have to be a little more conservative. But this one, you know, it's static, so it should be, anything under here should be good. Though it can get weird. Like, if it's moving there, you can see that it's sort of kept on moving, even though it's supposed to go to right here, to preset 3. Kinda screwy, but what are you gonna do? Let's get back to business. Let's get back to business, everyone. Little bit of a cubing update there. You know, I said earlier that I finished my Super World and I haven't done a bunch of the necessaries, like a trailer or a full playthrough of it, you know, on stream. But I did break down 4 cubes and, like, piece by piece, manually reconstruct them into 2 additional cubes. And I did try to do a third one, but I realized, like, I kind of don't have any corners except for anything interesting, except for, like, 4 of every color and then a bunch of, like, yellows and whites. And for yellows and whites, I don't have, like, face pieces of, like, those ones in particular, because I used them all, you know, doing the whole, you know, going around the periphery of a whole cube. The whites especially, like, whites is all the way used up. Like, every white face piece is pretty much, spent. So, like, I wanted to do, like, a thing where it was like, okay, it's a cube, but it's, you know, it's white on one side, it's white on the opposite side, orange on one side, it's orange on the other side, etc. But turns out I don't have enough of any one color to do that. So, I don't know. I'd have to think of something else clever that makes use of what I got. What do I got? Yellow, more than anything. No 4 corners of red, blue, green, and orange, so, you know, that means I can't do, like, each of these ones, you know, each of these corner pieces requires 12 corner pieces to do each one of these corners all in one color, so, you know, I can only do that with, like, yellow and white, and I don't have any white face pieces left, so, you know, it's weird. I'm pretty sure I just have a bad assortment of pieces left, though if anyone has any ideas, I'm open to them. If you have ideas for, like, what I can use the remaining parts for, I'm all ears.
Major ruin.
Back to the Ice City, back to Ice Town. We're going to go for 40 below now. It's 40 below time. Time to go get our friend 40 below. And, yeah. We're, like, most of the way through this, world. We've been going for around, what, like an hour and change? We're making good time. And honestly, we kind of have a lot of fruits. You know, where I think we'll be able to upgrade everyone who we want to upgrade once, ugh, a little bit, damn allergy season, you know? I think we'll be able to upgrade everyone we want to upgrade. How about a card? How about another card? Finished a ton of anime over the weekend. We'll do more detail Friday, that's right. These playthrough streams, I'll say, part of my intent with that. It's fine, we'll be good. Part of my intent with playthrough streams like this tonight is that we sort of focus a little bit more on the game and a little bit less on, like, covering things I've been watching. And, well, there's been, like, 9 anime that finished over the weekend. And a 10th one did finish today, but I didn't watch it because I decided to prioritize a nap before the stream. So, you know, I'm not going to... I thought about it a bit. And even with doing 3 at once, like I did last week, it would take 3 whole pulls, and also to, like, cover 3 different anime all in one go is, like, a little bit, you know, will definitely mean that the pace of things is going to slow down a bit as I, like, you know, try to explain, like, okay, here's what they are, here's what the show is, here's what I thought about it, here's, like, a fully articulated thought. So instead... Where's the next thing? Ah, up there. This one we might have to, like, really hustle. Oh, boy. Oh, good. We're just where we left off. I was worried there that we would respawn back at the bottom like the last couple of times. I guess it's not too late to spawn back at the bottom. Maybe if we die from another position, we would be taken to the bottom rather than here at the top. We need to, like, time this or something. And also, we are very low in health. That is a concern. Anywho, I'll say I did prepare cards, and I do have, like, these summaries. You know, like the little like informational cards that I've had for the last, like, couple of seasons whenever I finished anime. I have those, like, made, so, you know, I could show them at least and go, like, you know, if I was pulling these cards, it would go something like this. Like, oh yeah, I finished these 3 shows, and then I finished these 3 shows, and then I finished these 3 shows, you know, and I'll go into detail on these on Friday, let's say, on the Friday stream. Here, you can have a look at these cards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, that's all of them. Go ahead and just, like, rewatch that and, like, pause, you know. Pause on the second where I show it for a second. And you can read those, or you can look at my Annie list if you want more detail now before, you know, before Friday. Or you can ask me on the Discord or whatever. I'd be happy to explain. Well, you can always ask me whenever, and I'll tell you what I think about a show. Even if it's not, like, 100% over, even. But, like, you know, I could do it if I wanted to. It's just that I really think we should prioritize, just playing some Kameo and having a good time, you know. The thing is, with like, streams like this is like the one time I will ever play Kameo on stream. I mean, I'd be surprised if I ever do again, right? Like, I guess, you know, on an infinite long enough timeline, like, okay, maybe if I go for like 20 years eventually, you know, I'll want to replay like random Rareware games. You know, I could see there being a stream where I did like, oh, it's time to do. Oh, I know, you like grab these guys by the shield. Maybe eventually I'll be like, okay, like, it's time to play like Rareware games in one go. Or something like, oh, let's play some Kameo today and do the whole thing in one. Or do the battle mode. But, like, yeah, for the foreseeable future, I don't see, like, any of these playthroughs ever being repeated. Maybe if there was a randomizer of Kameo, I would do that. But there's not and never will be, so, you know, it's kind of a moot point. That'd be weird, doing a randomizer of this game. I mean, it is a little bit Zelda-like, so it wouldn't be, like, impossible. Just make it so that, like, oh, you can find the elemental warriors everywhere. And, you know, all the individual, like, little puzzles that require specific warriors. You could absolutely do a randomizer for Kameo, I guess. I just don't think it'd be very popular. There isn't a randomizer for Kameo, right? That's not a thing, is it? It'd be weird if it was. Kameo. Randomizer? You know, it's just MK1 Kameos. What comes up if you put that into Google. Yeah. I don't know. 360 games seem like they might be harder to, like, mod or whatever. I don't know. I'm just realizing that these guys have a health bar. And it's, like, behind my head the whole time. I don't think I haven't noticed that in any of the previous, fights with these guys. Looks like rule of 4 here. Looks like 4 hits. I'll say a couple things like these like Shadow Troll boss fights I would cut from the game, but also I guess, you know, at the rate we're going right now, we'll have finished this in like 8 hours, so like, you know, it's already kind of short enough. Even doing like a handful of like side stuff doesn't exactly like bring it up to you know, long length. Here's 40 Below. Furra, that whole 9. That's right, Furra. 40 Below is very cool. Forty Below is really cool. I really like 40 Below. He's a nice guy with like a snowball gimmick.
40 Below.
So like he can like do like a freezy breath situation. He can also like make a snowball. And when he has a snowball, he has like several options. Which I guess we have to unlock actually. Other than the Wrecker, which is, sort of a, like, spinning AoE attack. I wasn't sure which one it was gonna be, actually. If it was gonna be the AoE or the one where you know, bowling ball.
I must learn more.
40 Below also makes these chests solid, the ice chests. Oh, you know what? I feel... Are there, like, bigger fruit things? Where, like, some fruit are worth more? I feel like that might be a thing, but I might be misremembering. I wonder if... I'm just saying that because we got a lot of fruit and I don't remember picking up that many fruit. Maybe some of those were worth, like, more than just one. I don't know, though. Maybe I'm just, maybe I'm just forgetting all the fruit that we got.
These are the
Let's spend some fruit. Let's get, yeah, we definitely want to have an ability on every trigger, every combination. So, like, I will pay to unlock any ability, right? This will allow us to bowl with our snowball. Another important one. Ice Quake. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that counts. That counts as an ability. That's the both triggers while you have a snowball. Very good. I definitely think we should save some for Snare and Thermite and not, like, you know, sink it into Deep Blue's drag pool. Though that is an R plus L. Okay. Okay, Deep Blue, you win. You get that. With Splashdown, it's a liquid form. So Dragpool is on land. I guess Splashdown is in the water. No, it says into the ground. I'm a little confused when Splashdown happens versus the other one, but it's fine. Oh man, we don't have Cyclone Spin on Major Ruin. There's a bunch we need. I say we need. We don't need. But I would like. Like I said, my criteria is adding attacks we gotta get. Anything that adds an ability that we otherwise wouldn't have, I think. Though, you know, maybe there's some argument to, like, okay, the side things that happen when you're outside of a menu, like, you know, like here we have 3, right? But then there's also 3 when we have a snowball. The roller definitely lets us get some stuff that we otherwise wouldn't be able to get, like some stuff and stuff, right? So I think it is definitely worth it. Like those kids earlier were saying, like, oh yeah, we'll just get a snowball and use it to get some stuff. And I think what they're referring to is, I don't know if you can do it here with those things up there, but no. I think you might be able to, like, roll a snowball up, like, a curved wall, and that'll let you get, like, a power-up or something. We were really,
Now you can use the ancient ice paths used by our people, but don't try walking on them as anything else. That'd just
yes.
be stupid.
40 Below can use these magic pats. That's part of 40 Below's, like, main mobility ability, I guess. Which is fine. Which is cool.
Fortune smiles. Inspiring.
See here, when you turn to 40 Below, these paths, they freeze and become visible. And you can sort of, like, Marble Blast Ultra your way down. See? Alright, we're about to head to the... I do believe we're about to head to the Ice Temple. Which will be like the big action stage of this world. And then, basically, we just have to get one more dude. And then we're off to the final boss, if we want to. Or we can go just bum around and do some side stuff. Get some fruits. And I'm thinking I'll want to do that. You know, I was just, you know, sitting pretty at 11 fruits, but then I spent them all, and now I have, like, jack shit. So, like, when I get, you know, when I get Snare and Thermite, I'm gonna be, like, struggling to get them their moves. You know, and I like those characters a bunch, you know, I'll say I think Snare is okay. I think Thermite is excellent. I want them to have abilities, if that makes sense. We'll do some side stuff.
That takes me back.
Oh, I should have climbed the wall from there. Right. Let's do that then.
Major ruin.
Yeah, let's do side stuff after we get all of our dudes. God damn it! I meant to switch to the other ice guy. What's this flower? I don't know, but another card. Another card. Been watching The Simpsons. Season 10 is rough. Yeah. I've been watching The Simpsons, rewatching, watching, etc. I don't know if I ever, like, you know, ever went and looked for every episode before and watched them in a row. You know, as a kid, I would watch them as they came on, you know? Or, like, read about them in, like, the booklet that I had that explained, like, every episode, the nature of it, and so forth. But I've been rewatching them and going through. And, you know, like I was talking last time about, season 9, basically saying, like, okay, I heard that season 8 is the end of the golden age, and season 9, it kind of makes sense, you know, you watch it and you're like, okay, this isn't quite as hot, but it's still good. It's just not the best thing on television at this point, you know? It's gone from being like, damn it, I was hoping it would respawn me back at the top so I could do the other path. I want to do the non-critical path now, before we're too far away. You know, it is very much like, if season 4 through, not 8, or like S-tier episodes and A-tier episodes, like, non-stop. Season 9 is like a bunch of A's and B's, right? And I thought, like, okay, this is fine. I could still continue to do this. And then I got to season 10 and it's like, well, I don't know what happened, but there's clearly these paths seem to have led to the same location. Whatever. And also, there's totally a grapple point to let you come over here. Oh no, just return over here if you come over here and get this, thing. This elemental fruit. And there's totally another one over there. Eat some more elemental fruits, so let's, just go ahead and grab them real fast. Very nice. Anyway, there's still some good episodes, and I like, for instance, I did enjoy the Canyon Arrow episode. There's like some classic moments to be found, but all in all, season 10 is just getting to the point where it's like, ooh, I don't know. I feel like at this point you might want to start using an episode guide to skip ones that are mediocre, you know, or just like give up the ghost and say like, okay, this is like the point of the Futurama reboots where they slip into like mediocrity and you have to be like some sort of like fiend to think like, I'm going to continue watching. Like, no, if you want to continue watching, just go back to the start now. You've seen the good. You've seen all the good ones. It's over. You know. Whatever. And yeah. It's kind of sad, but what are you gonna do? That's just, you know, the quality fell off. Let me see. Let me look at the Disney Plus, see if there's any other episodes I want to call out from season 10 that were like good. really good, you know. Let me pull that up. Let me pull up that app. I'm not all the way through season 10. I'll say I'm not all the way through it. I just watched Monty Can't Buy Me Love. That one's okay. I mean, I'll say a lot of these are like okay. You know, they're like, oh, it's not tremendously funny. It's not tremendously good. I really didn't like Lord of the Dance. I feel like that was just a very bad place to start on. That one wasn't great. Bart the Mother, that one wasn't great. Wasn't a fantastic Treehouse of Horror. Dish Upon a Star, that feels like the start of, like, celebrity cameos getting out of hand. Doe in the Wind. I remember, I thought that the Homer J. Simpson thing was a lot more emotional than it was. It wasn't really that emotional at all, but I do think that's one of the last big, important reveals of the show, so I'll give it that at least. It has that whole bit. Homer, Lisa Gets an A had some good bits in it. Kidney Trouble was, Mayored to the Mob. So-so. A lot of, even Ned Flanders was pretty alright. I liked some of the continuity there. I feel like a lot of these just, like, aren't really as good. Make Room for Lisa, that's a good one. Okay, I'll say that one. I really didn't like the Bible Stories episode. Homer Drive, I think, is one of the best of the season. As is the, Screaming Yellow Honkers, that one. Old Man and the Sea Student, that one's okay. And I have 2 more left, including the ones where they go to Tokyo. I hope that's good. I felt like when they went to Australia in the older season, that was one of the worst, Golden Age episodes, if I had to say. So, like, I don't know, man. I feel like when the Simpsons take to the road, it's like, you know, like, hold your breath, like, right? Because it's just like, okay, it's gonna be a bunch of cheap jokes about wherever they're going that are just, like, the most low-rent shit you've ever seen. Because, like, oh, we gotta get this all out. We got, like, only an episode to make Washington, D.C. jokes. You know, to make, like, Australia jokes. Shrimp ate my baby. Let's go. Let's go. Ice Temple. Let's do it. Let's do the Ice Temple. That's enough talk about The Simpsons. Like I was just saying, I'm in season 10. Not very good. Suffice it to say, I'm gonna keep going until I get to season 12, and then I'm gonna watch the movie, and then I'm gonna be done. I'll say when I finish, my plan is to watch Kill la Kill, which I haven't rewatched in probably like 5 years, and you know, Kill la Kill, probably one of my all-time favorites anime, so I think I would really enjoy rewatching that one in a bingey style, like real fast like. And I'll say, like, it is one of the few shows where I started watching it when I was watching dubs. So it is, like, one of the few shows that's, like, grandfathered in. And I will absolutely do the dub of that. Which means that I can watch it while playing video games and doing stuff like that. You know, having dinner and things of that nature. Which makes it a lot easier to find time for versus, like, you know, other backlog anime shows where I do kind of have to, like, break out 20 minutes and, you know, expect to have to read everything. Someone's shooting me, and I don't know if that's, like, something I have to worry about, or if I can just, like, press on. The ice wall gimmick is good in this game. Really, like, climbing on ice walls. It is a fun thing and makes for some memorable traversal. I mean, I guess the thing you gotta remember about this in particular is that, like, this is before Assassin's Creed, right? Assassin's Creed did not exist at this point, right? This guy's our friend. We gotta free him. Assassin's Creed didn't exist, so, like, this was honestly some of the best, like, climbing you had seen in any video game up to that point. Is that true? Well, I'll say I didn't play Shadow of the Colossus because I didn't have a PlayStation 2. And it wasn't on GameCube, was it? I didn't have, an Xbox or a PlayStation in the GameCube era. So, I wasn't able to play that, so... When I played this game, it was some of the best, traversal I'd ever seen. Let me say. Maybe not universally true, actually. Maybe not universally true. But again, you know, it's early enough where there wasn't that many better examples of climbing around on stuff. Not even like Uncharted. That didn't exist yet. Thing about older games is that a lot of other older games didn't exist yet, so they didn't know, like, how to do it right yet. They hadn't figured it all out. Was there, like, traversal in, like, the God of Wars? Maybe there was also some stuff there. I'm not sure, like, what the best climbing on stuff was before Assassin's Creed, but this had to be, like, up there, right? Right? Obviously, Shadow of the Colossus. Obviously, Shadow of the Colossus. I should play Shadow of the Colossus at some point. I should play a lot of games that I missed, you know, during that era. I'll say I did see, like, streamer I know got, like, a quote-unquote magic PlayStation 2, which is just a PlayStation 2 with a hard drive that has installed on it, like, many games. You know, like, countless classics, basically. And, like, my god, I'm sure that's all up, you know, on the up and up and all. But, like, for a couple $100, could get, like, a very convenient, like, retro machine that, just covers, like, so much stuff I never experienced. That's an idea for the future, right? Like, just, like, PlayStation 2 classics that I missed. For, like, stuff I could stream, stuff I could, you know, play through, etc. You know, like, I have kind of... I like to play it safe with these streams, right? With these, playthrough streams. You know, I played through all these games before, so I know that I like them. I know that they're not going to be too hard. Or nothing. Some of these guys might be tough to defend, honestly. Here we go. We should use, bowling as the answer. Could absolutely do like some games I've never played before. If I were to pick up one of those. And of course, you know, could be assured that it was, you know, all on the up and up, you know? You know? Gotta be. Why wouldn't it be? I don't know. I know a lot of streamers just do whatever they want. And, you know, bigger streamers than me seem to be getting away with it. Hey, Travakets. You know, just like, getting a magic PlayStation and just saying, like, hey, it's a magic PlayStation. Wink, 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 wink. You know, that's all you need to say, and we all understand that it is a completely normal thing to be able to buy. and we all laugh and have a good time. But should I get one of those and do like a bunch of streams of games I never played during the era? That sounds like a good idea. Or I could do that with Game Pass games. That would be like more Game Pass games. That'd be the way to do it on the up and up. Hey, Trebucket. How's it going? Trebucket, you were here last time when I was talking about those Elemental Warriors things. About, like, what Elemental Warriors they could add. I did some follow-up earlier, which I'm going to repeat again now, since I think you would be interested. They did mention in a behind-the-scenes featurette thing that, that they did have two... They did have some wind elementals designed initially for the game, including this bird and this like storm guy, but they got cut in development. This like tornado feller. Turns out flying really complicates design, and like having to deal with that is something that they didn't want to do. Makes sense, doesn't it? Yeah, the bird. Bird looked nice. I don't know. I feel like I would have cut the bird anyway and just gone with like a lightning type guy, you know, or made it so that the tornado guy couldn't fly. I don't know. Maybe there really probably wasn't enough like I don't know where you put them like in the progression. Maybe you'd make an additional area before the final area. You know, so it's not just, hey, here's the final action area. Here's, like, a couple more elementals for you to find. I guess you do have to find thermite before you go to the final area, so... Like, there is still one more shadow trowel for us to do. But, you know, it's a whole thing.
Major ruin.
Let me unlock the cyclone spin. What's the deal with this weight? Kinda suspicious looking, but I think it's just, nothing? Those guys get frozen by, either ability of mine. And then they can be shattered. Isn't that nice? They can also just be killed. Those guys are gonna come to life, like, right now, right? No. Actually, different guys are gonna pop up from, different guys are gonna pop up. Anytime now, if you want to come to life, you two. There we go. Alright, these guys we need to use our flex on. I'll say again, flex, top tier dude. Top tier elemental. I thought this motherfucker was dead. Gotta kill him while he has no arms. I'll say again what I said last time. I do think the stamina system was a bit of a mistake in this. I mean, I guess you could say, like, it does encourage you to switch guys, but just like the unique weaknesses and strength of enemies kind of already makes you switch guys. And, like, that guy was just firing into the wall there. Hello, friend. That's a friendly ice monster there. I think this is the one time in the game where the big boss monster follows us around the level. Right? Like, the first one was a tree. Tree isn't doing that shit. The second one was a jellyfish. That guy just appeared at the very end. And the last one is gonna be Thorn, who I'll just tell you now, Thorn will not be like Thorn will not be jumping around on top of like cliffs and stuff to like you know, haunt us or whatever. Just not in his agenda. Flex murders these water guys, like, or these fire guys. My god. Flex is the best. I'm gonna say it again. Flex is the best. Best elemental warrior, no contest. We all love Flex. And the thing is, like, he doesn't use stamina for his attacks here. Or he does for like his body slam thing. Oh wait. Was he using energy for actually punches that hit? Oh, maybe he does use them for punches that hit. It seems really inconsistent, actually. Well, I'm not hitting someone who can be hit right now. Sometimes it seems like it's using some energy. Sometimes it's not. I'll say, I've never had a problem with running out of energy with Flex. Also, he can do this. Get out of here. Just pick someone up and fling them off an edge. He's a good dude. He's like Pummelweed, but better. If Pummelweed had like mobility and like a bunch of extra options. We got a new friend to defend. Let me use an enemy as a club here. I would like
These are the elemental
use my wake, I'm thinking. I will say the pause screen like hero select thing isn't quite as good as say as like the Twilight Princess item wheel situation, which I guess was a contemporary. I guess like Twilight Princess around the same time as this game. You wouldn't think it because Twilight Princess is SD and this is HD, but they're literally like a year apart, right? Isn't that weird how like early 360 games were really just right after the GameCube and Xbox games. In fact, there is the Xbox version of this game that people have found, like a beta version of, and there's a full playthrough apparently on YouTube that exists, like someone playing through it. I don't know if the files are still around or nothing. I feel like you know, someone might have said like, hey, what the fuck? Friend died! Friend, when did you die? Okay, hey, but this is the checkpoint we just got to 2 seconds ago, and he has, let's see, full health? Friend, how much health you got? Yeah, full health again. Okay, it's fine. You made me worried, friend. But we're good. I'm doing my best to defend you. Look at me, I'm killing these guys. Kind of a lot of them, you know?
Collecting elementals.
Yeah. How's about another card? Shout out to The Office. It's 20 years old, apparently. Love The Office. The Office is great. The seasons of it that are good, you know, until it falls off around the time that, like, is it when Michael Scott leaves that it falls off, or is it, like, a season before or a season after? Yeah, give or take, around the time Michael Scott leaves, that's about the time you can stop watching, you know? That show is fucking good, and I still think it is, like, top 3 sitcom to me. I saw someone, you know, I've been rewatching The Simpsons recently, and someone said that they thought Simpsons was the #1 sitcom. Personally, I still think Arrested Development is #1, but but like, The Office, definitely #2 or 3 or so. Yeah. It's definitely there in the top 3, The Office is. And, you know, if Futurama counts as a sitcom, that's probably also gotta be top 3, but I really don't know if it does. It's, you know, kind of, I mean, I guess if The Simpsons counts, then probably Futurama also does. I would definitely put Futurama over The Simpsons, personally. But also, I would just be looking at Golden Age to Golden Age. Other than that, like, top sitcoms, I would say Community, Parks and Rec, and, Community, Parks and Rec, Seinfeld. Sure, Seinfeld could be on there. I only watched Seinfeld, like, a couple of years ago, so, you know, I'm not really as, like, big on it as, like, people who grew up with it as much. But it's definitely the best old-ass sitcom. I'll say I haven't watched Friends since I was like a kid. I was never really big into it, so I don't know. Maybe Friends is actually good. I kind of doubt that myself. Cheers, things of that nature. I'll also say one related card. Jim and Pam. Probably the most iconic sitcom couple, right? Yes. Yes, they are. Of course. Who else could compare to Jim and Pam? I don't think anyone really does. Like, certainly in all the other series I mentioned. Like, maybe you can make... Okay. Community. None. Arrested Development. They're not so much couples as they are just, like, married people. You know, that's, like, different, I feel. You know, if it's not, like, a romance, if they're not getting together. You know, Seinfeld, obviously, is just a series of one-night stands. You know, with the exception of, like, the envelope lady. You know, the stamp lady. You know who I'm talking about. George's long-term girlfriend for a while. That's not as iconic as Jim and Pam. I feel like Jim and Pam is just like peak will they, won't they, as far as like that sort of drama goes, you know? Like, oh, you know, they made it story rather than just like a constant or like something that isn't important, right? They spent like half the show sort of like, you know, starting off with them like not together. Starting off with them, like, not together, And eventually, like, you know, going through many stages of like, oh, you know, they can't for this reason. And now they can't for that reason. And now they can't because they're in another, there's another different couple that's happening because, you know, the timing didn't work out. And then eventually they did, and, you know, it's iconic. I don't know. I feel like some who remember Friends better. I saw some people, I posted this in a Discord or two, and people had other ideas. Like a lot of them. It's like, man, I never saw Cheers. I don't know anything about Friends anymore. I don't remember the names of most Friends. So, like, you know, I'm not about to say, like, they're the best friends. They're the best, like, couple or nothing. Don't think they are. I think it's time for a boss.
Eros is held helplessly inside Queen.
Euros is held helpfully inside Queen What's-Her-Face. Oh, he was giving me all that. She was giving me all that time to shoot eyes. Okay.
Will enhance your warrior's ability.
Cool. These guys freeze? No. Use a snowball. I'm really low on health, but there's plenty of hearts over here, so it's all good. Yeah, 20 years old is a long time. I'll say, Arrested Development turned 20, like, a couple years ago, so it's like a couple years older, even. I guess The Office, like, was, you know, late aughts, early 10s. 20 years ago. That'd be like 2005 to like okay, she's giving me a chance to shoot. Could take it. She's not opening that eye. Not the middle eye. We need to shoot at the other eyes right now. It's an interesting thing that you can see your family member sort of inside the monster, same as you are inside your elemental warriors. It's almost like, you know, they are... It's almost like they are other elements, other elemental beings that your family members are expressing. And maybe that was like the original idea, but I think it's eventually was just made like, nah, it's just, they're just monsters. They're just monsters that have them in their clutches, you know. Not anything so specific as to be like these are the last eyes, so like we kill these, is it? Also, they seem to be running away, so like I don't even need to hit them necessarily. Okay, what happens now that there's no eyes left? Oh, there's a big eye! Beneath the small eyes, there was a big eye. Up. Oh man. This is one of the scarier eyes I have seen in a minute. Can't think of a scarier eye than this. More threatening eye. Fuck you! Okay, let's hope it's vulnerable for long enough for us to get it off this edge here. Come on. Come on. Yes! What the hell? Dude! What are you doing? Thank you! That eyeball really made it look like it wasn't gonna fall. Very stubborn eye. Yep. Boss fight done. And that's like the third major chunk of this game. I think we're finishing tonight, folks. We've been going around 2 hours. And, well, there's not that much of the game left.
Kameo. Marvelous, in fact. You are as tried and true as they come.
Yepers.
Yaros, but where do I come from?
What?
So you
Yeah, she was adopted. That was one of the things we found out last time.
That I was adopted.
You must have a million questions, and I wish I could answer them all. Unfortunately,
Basket.
even we are completely sure of your
Orphanage.
questions.
Came from the sewers.
You must know something.
It was
That's
long
Futurama.
ago, but I will tell you what I remember. Solon mysteriously left one day without telling anyone where or why he was going, and as you know, was never seen again.
Maybe I'm like his reincarnation.
Disappearance, we heard Callus screaming from the gardens. What had given the child such a fright? Nothing less than 5 elemental sprites carrying a tiny baby.
That's a
It was clear
funny image.
They were all that was left of Solon's elemental warriors, and we instantly knew a horrible fate had befallen him. The only thing that kept Athena from losing her mind that instant was the clutched in the baby's perfect little hand. Your hand was Solon's
Yeah, it could be. Cameo could be very
element
important.
of power.
You know,
Your mother took it as a sign, and from that moment onward, you were Kameo, daughter of Solon.
yeah. I mean,
I was
you.
part of whatever happened to Solon.
Assuredly. Not that we know much.
He could.
about
She
that.
could literally be a bastard child. You know,
Solon
that's
was simply
possible.
ambushed by Thorn's warlords, and sure enough, when the armies tracked the 7 culprits down, they had the whatnot in their possession. But I have always had my suspicions. It seems too coincidental that both Solon and Thorn vanished without trace at nearly the same time. And now that I think about it, how did the mystic miss the fact that the warlords held several of the elemental sprites? Not to
I don't know.
Oh, forgive me. You have more pressing things to do than listen to the paranoid ramblings of an old man. Though there is one thing I do know for sure. Your mother would want you to have this.
These all seem like questions that would have been more thoroughly explored if there had been a Cameo Elements of Power 2. But there wasn't. So there won't.
Only one more shadow troll to hunt down, and the whatnot will be full.
That's right.
Yes. And my intuition tells me that the last of them is somewhere in the ogre's swamp.
Yep,
Just
we're
tell
going
me
to
how
the
get there,
Ogre
and I'll
Swamp.
finish Thorn once and for all.
The swamp's exact location is hidden. But if you head to the Forgotten Forest Glade and use your warriors to...
Yep. Go to the Forest Glade, do a thing. That's pretty straightforward.
You've just activated a warp gate.
Alright. We're going to head to the forest area now. It's swamp time, people. We're going to do a very quick trip to the swamp. Basically like one more elemental warrior. One more thing where we get an elemental warrior, And then we, you know, this is the wrong place. We get one more elemental warrior, and then we're off to the finale, or we could be. I want us to think. Think and think before we go, and ask ourselves, do we want to do some side stuff, get some elemental fruit, get some of our guys more upgraded? Because once we go to the place, it's like, you know, it's endgame style. It's, you know, it's we go until we're done. Which is fine, but, you know, would like to have more abilities on all my guys. You know, a lot of these guys, they need the fruits to get their abilities. I was hoping there'd be a fruit up here, but there's just a ant. There's just my ants. Kameo's ant up here. This is not the swamp, I know. Head to the swamp, get thermite, and then we'll maybe fart around and do some fruit collecting for a bit. Maybe, like, explore the overworld, maybe do some side stuff in Mountain Pass and places like that where... I mean, I don't even know how much stuff that we couldn't do earlier that we could do now. Okay, you know what? I need to use my mini map, and that's telling me right now, like, what point I should go to. It's the green one. Let me do another card. Did you see that Game Informer somehow returned? They're now independent, parentheses, fuck GameSpot. Very happy to hear that, happy for them. I never, like, read Game Informer myself. That, you know, when I was a kid, I read Nintendo Power. And then, around the time that I got a 360, you know, specifically 2006, was about the time where I was like, okay, I guess I'm done with paper magazines because, you know, they're not going to cover, like, every, game. They're not going to cover, like, every game that's on every platform, you know? And instead of, like, getting a new magazine, I said, okay, well, the internet is a thing now. I really don't need a paper magazine anymore. Yeah, fuck games. Trebek is saying, fuck GameSpot. Remember, it's GameStop. GameSpot is the one. No, GameStop is... God, jeez. GameStop is the one that sucks. GameSpot is a good, well, not an outlet that I pay attention to, but, you know, is a serviceable outlet that sometimes has good people at it. Sometimes, you know, occasionally. But not always. And Game Informer, yeah, back. I know. I know you didn't mean Happy Game Informer is bad. That doesn't make sense. Dang typos, yeah. I understood, to be clear. But I'm happy for them. I was kind of curious to see, like, oh, apparently they put up like 40 reviews of games that came out while they were down. And, you know, Astrobot got a perfect score. That makes sense. Metaphor got a 9. Sure, that's good enough. It's also their number 3 game of the year from last year. Which, boy howdy, that game of the year is terribly belated, but what are you gonna do? That's just, you know, how it happened. These little patches of grass are so suspicious. I wonder if, like... I wonder if, like,
Could it be that you had something to do with the safe...
I guess I returned their offsprings last stream. How nice. Their offspring? Offspring, not offsprings. Oh, we should try, know who we should use. Actually, we should use, Snare. Who, is like a plant guy who can, do big root things. Who can, like, root down and then, bite and do, like, a tremor attack. And I think with the, once you have something in your mouth, you can throw them by rooting. Prince of Persia, number 4. That's a good pick. I think, I mean, we all have different opinions, and I have my own top 10 list from last year that you can look at, that I did, like, show on stream a couple months ago. UFO 50. That should be up there, I think. That's like a top 3 in my books.
Hey, it sounds familiar. I'm sure I did know a way.
Well, we don't have time to
There's a jukebox over there that the customers can use at night. If you...
Good grief.
I think we can find our own way. I think we have to do something like hit a thing with a thing. But I bet you we won't be able to do it until we do the gimmick. Feast of Kings. Is this your favorite?
There's a jukebox over there that the customers can use at night. If you...
Precious Memories.
There's a jukebox over there that the customer... Ah, now I remember. These tiny creatures...
Okay, that was his favorite. He made some tiny creatures for me that I'll be able to use with Snare.
Those look like magmites. I thought they were extinct. Well, they can stick to certain surfaces, like the target over that door.
I think those are magnites, and I think they can stick to certain
It's a long way, but I'm sure Snare can...
certain
hurl them off the
surfaces.
target you
If I aim them well, let's do that. Yeah, so we root, and then do I need to go like that and like sort of like no,
If you strike them hard enough, you might be able to detonate them.
or is it just like a spit situation, you know, where I don't have to like, I think, yeah, I think you have to like literally go from one side to the other to like really hurl them.
Snare.
We haven't looked at any of the alternate skins this stream, but let's look at those after. So we can eat a troll that we bite if we get Lockjaw. There's also Toxic Bile, which is a attack that you use while rooted. There's Root Crake. An increase of distance. Okay, I don't really want that. Okay. There's like 1 or 2 things I could buy there. Which, you know, something to keep in mind as far as like how many fruit we should go for. You know, we should find out. We should look at our guys and figure out like, what do we want to buy? How many fruit do we need? How's this gonna work? And then we should get that many fruits, and then we should go end the game. I don't know why it's funny to me to see a...
is rescued from the Shadow Troll. The Whatnot book will finally be full and your power at its greatest. Find some way to open.
This is literally a an ogre's swamp, huh? An ogre's swamp, huh? Legally distinct. Legally distinct. Well, I mean, I guess ogres have always lived in swamps. That's why Shrek lives in a swamp and all. But, boy howdy, if like, Shrek doesn't totally own that particular niche nowadays. Like, when you think of swamps and ogres, for sure, you think about, you know, Shrek saying, like, get out of my swamp, or whatever. Oh, that reminds me. Last week, I was talking about the warp stone from Star Fox Adventures, and was saying, like, you know, like the warp stone. I think the warp stone is like one of the top 3 like Scotsmen in media that I can think of, and I remembered Shrek since the last stream. I remembered that Shrek exists. So, like, yeah, Shrek, Willy, and Scotty. Those are the top 3. I'll admit, those are the top 3 right there. Warpstone's like top 5. This game released 1 year after Shrek 3, or Shrek 2. Huh. Get out of my swamp. Get out of my swamp! How does he say it? He says it like, you know, in a thick Scottish accent. Legally distinct. Legally distinct. Ah! We probably need to use the fruit and put it into one of these, like, big holes. But where did the fruit go? Kind of over here, wasn't it? Ugh. Big Shrek vibes, I'll say that. You would have think that the Snare would have been able, like, as an extra ability on Snare, like, the ability to, like, grab things, similar to Kameo, would have been, like, a pretty cool, like, pretty cool thing to be able to do. Oh, he has a range of hearing. Okay.
These are the
Let me get flex on my thing. I'll just punch these guys. Flex got our back. All right. Yes, I'm here. Run into me. Oh, I guess we need to look at which one is, like, open. Ugh. It's also annoying how many enemies there are here. A lot. There's no new fruit here either. No new horn fruit. I think these guys are respawning. And I am tired. How about another card? You have one other bit of game news. Y'all see this hot take where Assassin's Creed was dunking on Elon on socials? They done real good. Elon was saying some dumbass shit, saying like, oh, you know, Assassin's Creed, the new Assassin's Creed has a black guy in it, a black samurai, isn't that woke DEI? All that. Coincidentally, there was a historical black samurai that this is based on, who like made it to Japan and was like, historically like the one black samurai that actually existed. So like, this is an actual thing. And also, you know, anyway, they dunked on him for not playing Pax of Exile 2 by himself, which is funny. Get wrecked, yeah. I like to see that a lot, and I'll tell you, like, I was kind of thinking, like, I don't know if I really need to get new Assassin's Creed, and now I'm thinking, like, I should get that. I'll say it is very good marketing, and I am feeling genuinely, like, convinced to just, you know... God damn it. I am genuinely convinced that, seeing this of like, oh, I could go for it now, actually. You know, I still do need to do Avowed. I need to finish that. You know, it's been a couple weeks since I played it, honestly. Which is not really an issue with Avowed. I think Avowed is great. It's just that, you know, Xbox 360 games, you know, I kind of have to, like, turn my console on and, like, have my TV be dedicated to a particular game. I like... I like the Switch, where I can just, you know, take it out of the Switch dock and have it on a little screen in front of me. You know, that is just very convenient, you know what I mean? Like, it's just very convenient to be able to just, like, play a game from the couch while watching TV. Or, you know, I say TV, really I'm watching on the computer that's hooked up to my TV. I'll also say, I do wonder how many people also have, like, that sort of situation, you know, that sort of setup. I did see YouTube did one of its, like, highlight things where it's like, oh, how many people watch you on their television? It's like, I don't know, probably a lot. And it's like, no, very little. And it's like, well, I'm wondering, like, maybe that's just people watch on their computers, which output 2 TVs. You know, I don't know what exactly qualifies as on a TV. You know, like, does Xbox count as TV? Roku, probably definitely. I don't know, seems like a whole thing that's very hard for devices that don't necessarily have all the data to, like, accurately reflect, you know? That's my thought on that, randomly. But anyway, I just, like, I hope that the Switch 2 is, like, good enough where it can have all those multi-platform games. I'll say that. You know, I hope that it's good enough where... Open, goddammit. Open. I hope it's good enough where you can get your Assassin's Creed whatever on the Switch 2, and you don't need to go for Xbox, you know? And, God damn it. This fucking ogre. Very uncooperative as ogres go. This is a good time to speculate about the Switch 2, considering that it's like a week and a half out from being revealed. Or really more like a week now, huh? Confident about Mario Kart as a launch title? Yes, I think so too. Hopefully, Assassin's Creed Shadows and Elden Ring the games like that can run on Switch too. Yeah, I agree. That's, I feel like that sort of launch lineup, if they could say, like, hey, we got, like, multi-platform support of games that couldn't run previously on Switch hardware, you know, maybe I should wait until next week before, you know, buying Assassin's Creed or not. Maybe I'll be able to play it on Switch too, and that'll be nice. Please fuck off, Mr. Trollman, Mr. Ogre. I'm sorry I'm in your swamp, but I will leave soonish. Oh, come on. How is that not in the hole? Okay, we need to place it into the hole. That'd be cool. I hope that next week there's, like, a bunch of cool reveals like that that'll, like, you know, give everyone the assurance that, like, yes, not only is, like, the Switch 2 capable of handling all these good games, but also we have made sure that, like, yes, you know, like, yeah, Elden Ring, all that crap, From Software, Microsoft, everyone's on board, and everyone's going to be making stuff like day and dates. Or, you know, at any rate, they'll make it around the same time as the PlayStation version happens. You know, I saw that they just put out, Indiana Jones on PlayStation. Like, yeah, it'll be around the same time as, like, Indiana Jones would come, like, a couple months later. 3-4 months later, I guess, all told. Seems fair. Seems fair. I think Metroid Prime... I feel like Metroid Prime 4 is going to be holiday. It could be summer, though. It could be a launch title. I think it would be excellent if it's a launch title. I just have huge doubts that it's ready to go. Thank God! Fuck you, Ogre. I'm gonna get out of your swamp just as soon as, I get my, my buddy. I feel like it's gotta come off. It'll be cross-gen, too. Yeah, I guess that's true. It'll be, like, one of the few games that will be, like, properly cross-gen. And as one of the few games that'll be properly cross-gen, you know, it might as well come out, like, on the Switch, like, when the Switch is still relevant. I mean, you know, Switch, you can continue playing the Switch as long as you like, you know, it's not gonna be irrelevant. And, you know, I bet people are gonna continue putting games on it. That seems like a very silly thing to say at this point when precedent is pretty clear. At least with Nintendo consoles, precedent has been clear, but actually, aren't they still making Xbox One games? Aren't they still making Xbox One and PlayStation 4 games? That's... They haven't cut off... Aren't they still making Xbox, PlayStation 4 games and things like that? Like, the older generations have not been cut off, have they? So, like, we are in an era of perpetual cross-gen. But also, like, let's get rid of the Switch so we can have, you know, games that are optimized to run good on reasonable hardware. I am very curious about the Switch too, let me say. Like everyone else, I'm ready to hear, like, about its like, hardware. I'm ready to hear, like, okay, how reasonable is it? How much ray tracing does it got? A reasonable amount? Okay, that's fine, yeah. It support 4K? Yeah, yep, 4K. Okay, sure, whatever. And the screen is 1080p? Yep, the screen will be 1080p. Okay, cool. I don't know how much of this stuff is already confirmed or not. I mean, there were, like, a lot of leaks and stuff, right? Maybe we already know, like... Maybe we already know, like, a lot of it. From leaks and things of that nature. Oh, come on. Did that hit, like, the gravestone or something? Robbed. One more hit, and we got it. Okay. These mini-bosses have all been very distinct, and they are the one time where you have to play as, like, regular-ass Kameo. I guess that's, you know, like, important or whatever, but, I'd cut him. I'd cut him. Yippee, 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 let's get our, final elemental warrior. This is Thermite for apparently this whole soundtrack was, like, done by an orchestra. You know, orchestrated. First Rare soundtrack that was orchestrated. I think that's nice. This is Thermite. Thermite explodes. He's a little, like, ant guy. And guess what? He has a giant-ass cannon. He's sort of like an Atlas situation. You know, world on his back.
Kameo, can you hear me?
Yep.
Ortho?
No. Wait, I bet.
Kameo!
I hear. I hear.
Loud and clear, Mystic.
Very good. Now, listen to me carefully.
I'm ready now.
No! Racing off to...
If Thorn wants a...
Now you're starting to sound.
You insolent little chut.
Silence! Arguing.
Wise, as always. But don't you also think, my dear ancestors, it would be wise for her to return to the Enchanted Kingdom before battling? Possibly. But if Kameo... But she's only...
Enough. It's decided. Kameo, go forth.
Okay.
On with our blessing.
I mean...
You're making a grave mistake.
We'll do what we can to...
Probably a small suggestion there of, like, oh, she wanted to steal it or something. You know, that's, like, the plot of the game. But, like, we're not gonna head right to the end. You know, I want to, do some side stuff before we do.
Thermite.
We'll also just look at Thermite real fast, because we just got him. This is Thermite. He has, like, a, he has one move where he just makes a bunch of, like, things come out of his like, cannon. He can go into Mordor mode and fire bombs, which are really tough explosives, which will allow you to blow up, like, tough things like these crates and stuff, which is cool. And he can also, like, roll up into a ball and, like, roll around. And he's, like, a very tough ball as well, so, you know, you can roll over stuff.
Collecting
Anything on him that we want, like, right away. Thermite's bombs that will leave a thing? Nah. Just give me additional abilities if you got any. Atom Splitter, that's another thing. Right. This is a, suction move. Yeah, that adds an extra move. That's sort of the priority, I think. Just things that add moves, not augment moves, add moves. Unless it's like, you can't do damage without it, in which case that's also something I think we need. We don't need that one. Single bomb will split into smaller bombs. Okay. That's cool, but we don't need it. Cool, good. Alright, let's go out here. Can we kill the... Ooh, that does real good. Thermite is an excellent character. Very strong. Covers guys and a bunch of little explosives. Thermite is like top tier. One of the best characters in this. Take that, fucking ogre. Get out of my swamp, my ass. Do I get something for that? For killing Shrek? Doesn't look like I get anything for killing Shrek. Well, isn't that sad? If I was Shrek and I was killed, I would at least want my killer to get an elemental fruit for their trouble. Or, you know, like a piece of heart. Or whatever major collectible your game had. You know? Nothing? That's low. Is it really nothing? It's really nothing. I mean, you don't get anything for killing people in real life. So, you know. But you do sometimes get things for killing things in this game. I guess when there's an NPC around going like, "Oh, I'm really glad that you killed that person. Now I'm safe and stuff. I appreciate it." And here there's sort of no one who is like asking you to go kill, asking you to go like you know, free this area. I think if we kill everything, we might get something. Let's just try that just to be sure. The swamp is now free for democracy. Yay. Kinda sad, isn't it? Everyone's dead. Everyone who used to live here is dead, and now we will leave. And maybe the plant people can move in on the ogre's swamp, and all the fairy tale creatures from Shrek. They can now move in, and the plot of Shrek can happen without starting, you know, because they'll just move into the swamp and be like, "Okay, shit, this is just where we live." The end. Kind of a sad story, isn't it? New look for rubble? Sure, why not? Alright. Well, shit, folks. We have done it. We have gotten all the elementals together. We have made it to the final part of the game. We now just have to end to the end game and finish it, but we're not going to yet. First, I want to upgrade a few more of my boys and get a couple more abilities. Let's look through their abilities and see like how many fruits we need, and then we'll go run around and do side stuff until we have enough fruits to unlock everything. I don't need Wild Rush. I don't need Weed Killer. Actually, Weed Killer is kind of interesting. A charge move. It's three fruits. I'm gonna say we don't need it. Okay. We got everything of note from Rubble.
Deep blue.
Deep blue. I think I would like Splashdown because I don't know how it works, and it looks like it's a new move. It looks like it's a separate move from the drag pool. This is just an upgrade to Cyclone Spin. We don't need it. This one is just an upgrade to the fire blaze, the flamethrower. We don't need it. Snare. We need lockjaw. I'm gonna say we need that one that lets you eat a troll with L. Toxic bile. Hits RT while doing it. I'm gonna say we need that one, so 5. Root Quake is just an upgrade to your Roots Tremor ability.
Flex.
Don't need it. This is just an upgrade to Shocker. Don't need it.
Thermite.
Thermite. Upgrade and an upgrade. These two are upgrades. We got the one additional ability that he has. We don't need any more.
Chilla.
Chilla. Okay. Deep Chill. That is an additional ability. Cascade of ice shards out of thin air which fall to earth. Yeah, that's an additional ability as well. We need these two. And really all these are additional abilities. Some of them are contextual in nature. I'm going to say we need these two. So let's say 4.
40 below.
Got all those. So 4.
Flex. Snare.
These two, 5, 9 fruits.
Deep blue.
11 fruits. Is that right? Is that all of them?
Pummelweed.
11.
Thermite.
I'm going to say 11 fruits we need. I'm going to say 11 fruits based on my initial estimate. Also, let's look through everyone's alternate skins while we're here. I'll just do everyone real fast. Mumbo Jumbo's probably the best one there. And we'll say which one is the best one as we're looking through. I kind of like the skulls. The skull one. Because they kind of still look like rocks. Deep Blue. Spider. Definitely the spider.
Major Ruin.
Major Ruin has... the egg is pretty good. Ooh, I like the Christmas one. I like the Christmas one with the weird pastry cake looking thing. Griffin. Griffin is the best one on Ash. By like a good amount. Let's see some new ones that we didn't see last time. How about? Snake's really good. That's a really good snake. Christmas tree, that's pretty mid. This armor doesn't look natural. That's okay. Definitely the snake.
Flex.
Flex has some really good ones. The robot, that's fantastic. the balloon. Flex, I love that. Yeah, that one's okay. That one's okay as well. Yeah, I'm gonna say robot. I think robots. Balloon is really good though, but robots. Also like how it sort of plays into like the electric. He has some electric moves. Flex does. This one I think is maybe the best of Thermites. It looks a little awkward because it's so oblong, the Earth, but it's a little bit Earth. He's an Atlas. There's also the Sleigh. That's pretty good. Generic cannon. Whatever. I'll say this one is like the one armor one where you don't just slap a bunch of armor on the warrior. Instead, like, the cannon gets a custom look to it, which is cool, but it does look a little bit generic as well, so I can't give it that much credit. The cauldron is okay. Definitely the world on that one.
Chilla.
Chilla. Top hat, no. Santa, no. Mummy. Definitely Mummy.
40
And
below.
finally, 40 Below. 40 Below has a fantastic one. Look at this. He's a fucking ice cream sundae. Look at that fucking skin. Isn't that the best skin you've ever seen? He's an ice cream sundae with, like, cones for spikes, and, like, he's balancing on a cone, and, his head is a banana. My god, if that's not one of the best skins in any game. My lord, look at that. Snowman's pretty alright. That just looks like Genghis Khan. Mid. Also kind of mid. Good ass skins on him. Anyway, I think we have now determined we need to get 11 fruits. Let's do it. Ooh, also it does look like some fruits are multi-fruits, so, you know, apparently we can get like 3 at once at some points. Hell yeah. Excellent. That does explain how we have been like, so, I was thinking that earlier, right? After I did some fruit stuff and suddenly found myself at like 11 fruits and was like, what the fuck? I don't remember fruiting this much. Seriously, what are...
I hear there's some stranger.
There's a stranger in the Badlands. Okay. There's probably a bunch in the Badlands, like little houses that have like things in them. Oh, by the way, cameo thing here. This whole game is cameo. There's a cameo with a C. And this was before, Nuts and Bolts wasn't announced at this point, right? This was, it wasn't announced until the 360 was out. Or was it? Hey, Rock Party. Maybe it was announced, but at any rate, you know, hey, that's the music from Nuts and Bolts. But in this game, as a cheeky reference. You know what, it must have been, because the reason I bought a 360 and not an Xbox is because I heard that the Nuts and Bolts was going to be a thing, you know, that Banjo-Kazooie was coming to Xbox 360. And, you know, I love Banjo-Kazooie, so it's like, okay, you know, as a kid, you can't get 2 consoles as easily, so I didn't get an Xbox. I mean, I'll say I didn't get an Xbox because it didn't have the games I wanted. The reason I didn't get an Xbox is because I got a GameCube, and during that age, when I was like 10 to 12, you know, 11 or so, I couldn't just get a second console. 16, 17, though, that became possible, though, at that point, somehow.
Finally.
Yeah, we're poking around and trying to find some extra, you know, elemental fruit now that we've finished the game. I also do have where's those hints I bought? What the hell is this even? Up here, what is this? What's that about? I can look up, like... Oh, I can also, oh crap, there's custom skins for Kameo. Hang on. Let's look at these custom skins for Kameo. Here's Design a Skin Kameo, who, seems to be a wooden doll. That's fun. There's, Santa Kameo, sure, why not? Sexy armored Kameo.
Check your current objective in this part of the book.
Which Kameo? That's a pretty good Kameo. She kind of has like a grunty skin, except a little lighter for some reason. Masquerade Kameo. Oh, these are like rare characters, isn't it? This would be like Jet Force Gemini. Let's see if I can identify all the references here. I think this is like a perfect dark thing. I'm not sure about that one. Caveman? Maybe these aren't references to rare games. Killer Instinct? Oh, Killer Instinct? Oh, okay. There you go. Killer Instinct again? Are these all Killer Instinct? This would be Wumba? I want to say Wumba on that one, but actually, no, that's Nuts and Bolts Wumba. That's a Killer Instinct character, right? I feel like a lot of these are Killer Instinct. I don't know this one either. That's Perfect Dark. That's Perfect Dark right there. Pirates. Killer Instinct again, right? And, robots, I don't know. Pass. I'm gonna say pass. I'm gonna take Killer Instinct. I guess, apparently there's no Egyptian Killer Instinct. Not sure where from that is then. I bet people have identified all those before. Tell me if anyone knows who those skins are supposed to be. I would love to hear it. They're all from games I'm not really that familiar with, other than Perfect Dark, I guess. Kind of weird being all zoomed up this far, like as she's flying. It's almost like, well, the perspective. Little awkward, isn't it? Oh crap, do we have to do like a side thing before we go to the finale, or can we still do side stuff? I think we could still do side stuff. Maybe some of those are from Rare's other games? Probably, yeah. Oh, this isn't, this is just the Badlands being the Badlands. This isn't like, we're still good to go do some side stuff real fast. Hop into some huts and look for, people who are giving out, you know, fruits. Go in here, kill everyone inside, and, you know, that'll get us a nice old fruit. I still do have, like, a card or two. Just one, though, I think. I think I had gone through all of them. I mean, I guess I could, like, go through the anime cards, but properly, if I wanted to. But, I stand by. Let's save that for Friday's stream. There's just too many for a, to really get, like, into it too much, I think. Where's my fruit? I guess maybe that's where the plant people sleep. Maybe they sleep in those little patches of dirt. I don't know. What if I blow stuff up? Do I have to solve a puzzle here or something? What's the deal? What does this say again? What was that noise? And why did I write, what was that noise? Ah! That noise was plants hanging from the ceiling? Okay. I guess. Why not? Why not?
Check your current objective in this part.
We got 5. Let's upgrade some dudes. Let's do some upgrades. Snare. We have enough for Snare's 2 upgrades that we need, so let's go ahead and get Snare all the way up to what I want. Honestly, if we could go as high as, you know, we should also check and see if, like, if we can get anything in, like, the store. The, like, store in the main town area back in the Elven Kingdom. And yeah, Mordor, like, goes really fast. I'll say I'm noticing when I'm, like, removing my headphones because I'm a little bit, you know, they get a little bit stuffy. I'm noticing that my fan is going click, 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 click constantly. That's been quite annoying me recently. Every time I'm not, like, having... I really hate that when a fan does that. And I feel like they shouldn't sell fans that break in that way. You know, certainly... If I were to, like, buy a fan and it behaved like that, you know, I would write a bad review and say, like, hey, this thing, it's fucking terrible, don't buy it. It does that thing that all fans do, that is just nasty and rotten. What the hell? Is there anything in here that's interesting?
Please, you have to do something. My son is trapped.
I don't remember this. A dungeon? We haven't seen fire trolls. I don't think we've seen fire trolls neither. Is this like a...
How are you?
Hey, hey. Is this like a little, like, roguelike area? Like a Pit of 100 Trials situation? I don't remember it. Maybe I beat it once, and once you beat it, you can't go back in. In which case, you know, that would explain why I forgot about. But, like, I remember playing this game, like, and desperately wanting there to be, like, more to do. You know, and if I could just do this area over and over again, I probably would have done. Oh no, it's just, it's just a door that opens. And then a kid comes up. Okay, I totally thought there would be, like, enemies back there that you had to fight. Maybe that's, hoping for too much. We've now gotten 8 with that big fruit. I guess side quests give more fruit than just, like, you know, ones you find in the wild on vines. That's why they're so big before you pick them up. Because they, like, count for multiple. They're like, jumbo fruit. I got one more card. I've been playing Metroid Prime 3. Having a great time playing through that. Oh, I found an alternate skin for Dragon Boy. What the fuck? I forget. Pyro. Whatever. Flare. Cinder. What's his name? It's okay. It's just green. Ash. It's a green version of Ash. That's fine. It's not as good as the Griffin. I'm almost done with that game. I just need to go do the final parts. I've gotten the final area. I've gotten the Pirates planet finished. I finished the Cloud City planet, and I got the coordinates. So and also, like, took over the, like, whatever, the thingamajig. I took over the Leviathan, or whatever you have to do to get to the end game. It's a damn good game. I do think the ending, you know, with going to phase and doing a whole bunch of stuff is, like, not the best, honestly. Like, I kind of think that that ending is a little bit of a letdown compared to, like, you know, the rest of the game. I mean, I guess it's like the conclusion of the whole trilogy is the thing, and it's just sort of weird. You know, you can't really die other than, like, timing out, basically. Health works all weird and stuff. And, like, no matter how many, like, buy a snare skin. Don't have enough to unlock, like, anything. I guess these are all scores for, like, individual things. And I literally don't have enough to get, like, the first one. Maybe it's, like, collective. Maybe it's not like, oh, you spend to get it. You just get up to a certain level, and then you can get them. Anyway, that game is fucking great. I love Metroid Prime 3. And, you know, I'm kind of sad that it's over and it's time to go do phase. Because it's probably my least favorite part of the game. Storehouse. It's my least favorite part of the game, but it's fine. Whatever. I'll finish it this, you know. I'm sure I will finish it later this week. You know, between streams. And I'll, on Friday say, like, yeah, it's good, and I'm done with it now. And once I finish with it, I think I'm gonna go and, like, finally finish off Avowed and get back to that. You know, I've just been playing games where I can have them on the TV at the same time as shows and stuff. And I've been playing the Metroid Prime. I played 2 and 3 using, the local backup that I made. Meaning that I was able to play it like, you know, on the TV at the same time as The Simpsons. And watch The Simpsons just like, you know, in side-by-side windows. Very convenient. Be even more convenient if it was on Switch, but it's not, so what are you gonna do? Oh, there's a shop over here.
To get new.
Perfect. Didn't know there was a shop in the town, but you know that is very nice. That skin is okay. That's an okay pummelweed skin. What's this one? Oh, this is Typhoon's house.
In all the king, I should have expected.
What's that? What's that?
Look, it's the
I will challenge you. Well, there's 10, yeah, 7, because there's 10 spirits and you get 3 by doing boss fights. How many runes for a tune? It's like 5. How many torches to reach? Power the Shrine of Light? What? That was a lucky guess. I did not know. It's at least, it's like 5. How many trolls are held prisoner? I didn't see that many. I saw 1.
Wrong answer. Oh, look. I should have expected.
Probably more than 1.
See if you can...
7, 5, 8, right? 5.
Wrong answer.
Not 2.
Hello, child.
In all the kingdom. See if you can answer this one.
7. 5. 8, lucky guess. 5, actually a lucky guess. 4, okay, it's 4. Who's Bluster?
Wrong answer.
3. I don't know this bluster.
See if you can.
5, 8. I don't know, like,
Wrong answer.
how this is any different from, like, you know. Hey, buddy.
Who are you? Hi, who are you?
Even with your. See if you can answer.
You know, this isn't that much different, I guess, from, like, Banjo-Kazooie, how those games end. But, like, it just, you know, doesn't have the same energy to it. Just kind of feels more like a chore. Did I start 3 already?
Who are you? Hi.
Even with your. See if you can.
I learned a thing or two about, like, in passing.
Wrong answer.
Maybe it's 0.
Who are you?
It's 0.
See if you can answer.
Apparently, the developers of this game previously developed, Donkey Kong 64, so they came out off Donkey Kong 64 to make this. I think that this is a much better game than Donkey Kong 64. I'll say that much. It's a higher quality of game. They did pretty damn good.
I suppose you deserve.
It was 0. Yay! That's 11.
Chiller. 40 below. 40 below.
Got 40 belows. Thermites are upgrades. Flex is an upgrade.
Deep blue.
We need splash down. I think we got everything that we wanted initially. Maybe we should go to the ending now. I feel like we should look around a bit longer. Let's see. Deep chill. I want to do a little bit more in the hub area. You know, I feel like this... I feel like we barely did any side stuff, you know? Let's keep going. Let's go for Slam Hammer. And also for Weed Kill. So that would be 6 more.
Bravo. Major ruin. Deep blue. Flex. Snare.
Yeah, I'm gonna say let's go for
Thermite.
6 more. We could also maybe get wouldn't mind some upgrades for Chilla. For Thermites.
Chiller.
I'm gonna say actually, fuck the Slam Hammer. I'm gonna say the Slam Hammer is just something I'll never use, honestly. But let's go for Thermite, so another 7 more. You're heading to bed. Good night, your bucket. 7 more. Thermites and Pummelweeds. And then we'll go to the close. We haven't even been inside the throne room, which is over here. Let's have a look. There's probably something inside the throne room. I mean, it's nice.
There once was a young elf named Khaled.
There's a jester. There is, you know, the throne.
Child, I assume you've seen her. Your mother.
Your mother's ghost is in the throne? That's weird. That's, not how it's supposed to work. I mean, I guess that's always the thing, right? If you go to where your guys are, you'll see, what the fuck is the ancient tower? Hang on. What the hell is this place? Almost looks like a whole extra side thing. With an orb. What the hell is this? I don't remember this at all.
Major ruin.
No memory of this.
Chill up.
It has fruits in it, so that's nice. 7. We'll go for 7 more. I think it has, like, more than one. Like, if we go over there and burn up that, dealy-doo, do you think we'll find another fruit? We found a kid. Okay, I bet that there's some kids here that are lost. We get 3 of them, we'll get 3 skill fruits. That's, pretty good. I'll say this, I want to bum around the overworld for a bit. You know, in addition to these, to this place. But, in addition to, like, the castle, kingdom, that whole thing. So, like, whatever happens, I will return to, the ground level and be like, okay, let's go check in a house or whatever. And, you know, I can always get, like, extra meter. I haven't upgraded the meter of any of my dudes, and, like, meter upgrades are pretty good in this game, you know, we're constantly running short on energy. And, that would solve the issue. Oh, this one's just another fruit, not even a kid. Cool. I will say, something of an attack would be nice. If you could do something whilst on this to be like, okay, you know, right now, the storm is, like, all grayed out down there. If you could, like, do some sort of, like, you know, like, oh, fucking fall off my thing so I can platform, climb, free... Fuck! We went all the way back down there. That would be, nice, but this was early days. This doesn't seem right. Oh, no, this is absolutely right. This is absolutely where we were going. And there's fucking free fruit right there. More free fruit, and I'm going to free a child that'll give me more free fruit. God damn, this is a room with a lot of fruit. Oh, not every ice has a child in it. But that one did. How many child does this lady have? Looks like 3. Oh, it keeps on going up from here. Now what the hell is this?
Good grief. It's one of the fabled crystal eyes. I thought all of those had been destroyed. But for once, I'm glad to be wrong. Legend has it that when they were equipped through the Whatnot book, the elves would gain amazing abilities in combat. It'll be well worth hunting all of them down.
Okay. Optional thing. And,
abilities.
gives you more, defense. We can turn on. It, lowers our offense, though. Okay. We could equip that. Also, like, you know, the Mystic has one of those eyes, right? You've seen them very recently. She has eyes. Probably not important. Probably not a big deal. Probably not going to be very relevant. Especially considering that, you know, of course, this game never got a sequel, so, you know, the end. What? I can't jump that. Oh, jeez. I can't jump that either. The side quests I remember most, like, as far as other things, as I remember there being some mini games in, like, the overworld where, like, there's some guy in some hut somewhere where he'll be like, oh, let's, here, let me set up an arena for you, kill some trolls, and do it stylishly, and I'll give you some sort of thing. Remember that being a thing. I have zero clue where, admittedly. Could really be anywhere. I guess that makes it like, you know, hard to say like, oh, let's go see that. And it's like, it's just a guy. Just a mini game. It's just fighting dudes. You know. Aha. Let's go down here. Up here. Sort of like recatch immediately after falling, so long as we're on the ball, paying attention. No child in there. What is that?
Is that supposed to be impressive? Oh, you start.
That's a Chilla skin. It's just another color. I think I'll say a lot of these alternate skins, they didn't start in the game, right? The game started with just like colors and like maybe a few lesser alternatives that were, you know, in random shops. And the alternatives that are like, you know, like mumbo jumbo, things like that, most of them were paid. Most of those were paid DLC, except for the one that was fan-based, the Create a Skin. I think those were free, but don't quote me on that. People sent in ideas, and they made them.
Oh, my baby.
These are the...
Okay, let's fall all the way down to the ground. How do I get to the ground from here? Well, that works. I said we were going for 7, right? We're like most of the way there, so... I guess let's go down, that was a fun aside. Let's go down to the surface now and, like, find one more good skill fruit. Maybe a couple more, I don't know. It's 11:40. It is getting late. In fact, really, it'd be a good time to ask, like, okay, should we end and leave the finale for next time? And I'm gonna say, nah, the finale's like maybe an hour long tops. We got like an hour long left once we get right into it. And,
Need to panic. You are phone then? Nope.
you know, the only question is how much side stuff we want to see, which, you know, again, I think we saw a bit. But also, I feel like we've just sort of wandered places and been showered in fruits. We have been, like... We have not wanted for fruits this stream. This has been a very fruit-rich stream. I don't know. Trying to think of a way to word that. Fruit have not been in short supply. How about? Fruit galore. Really, let me just go ahead and get a weed kill. I don't think I need a magma pool where the bomb goes off. Let's, it's late. I'm gonna bet Atom Splitter, and then we're gonna go end. We're gonna go to the finale now. And, this isn't as long as any other part of the game. Sadly, you know, it's not like the previous parts of the game, where you go somewhere, you free a troll, you go somewhere else, you free another troll. No, right now, in the place that we're going, all it is like, hey, you know, you go a place and it's just like a big, long action level. And it's kind of a shame that, like, it takes until the end of the game before you get everyone, because, like, you know, Snare kind of just doesn't have that much time to really, like, make an impression, you know? Snare just kind of gets left by the wayside as a result of being the last one, the last elemental other than Thermite to get, which, you know, Thermite also exists, but Thermite is like cool and all. You know, Thermite's like powerful and cool and good. if I eat someone as thermite, do I get health back? That would be convenient if it was like that, but... Nope, also I'm dead. Okay, that's kind of gonna be a long walk we're gonna have to do again. Oh boy. Let's just walk swiftly to the end of the game now. And, you know, maybe we'll... Let's think now. Who do we want? Give me, 30... give me 40 below. And give me, Major Ruin, who can roll fast. Major Ruin can only roll fast in spurts, though, which I guess makes him like, and you have to charge every time, which means it's not as fast as, say, the shield mode from, what's his face? So, you know, there is value to, the Mordor, but, you know, for in this crowd, Major Ruin's pretty good, actually. What the fuck? We got into slow-mo with Major Ruin. If Major Ruin had more energy, we'd be able to just like go all the way in, just pushing through the crowd, one bit at a time. Go ahead and kill that with thermite. And, oh, it really looked like you need to, like, ramp in there. But, nah. Excuse me. Open the door. Open the door. Open the door and let me in. All right. It's time for another co-op action. It's not co-op action stage. It's time for another action stage. That's right. It's time for the castle at the end. Now that I think about it, isn't there another action stage? It's like an airship or something. Is that like the second half of this whole ending? I don't remember, but, it's about midnight. We could also call it a night and, come back next time. But, I feel like there's just like an hour and a half left. Let's do this. Got everything we need. And I really can't remember, like, how long this all unfolds. I feel like it's pretty fast, honestly. I feel like, you know, as it's the one where it's just like, okay, get into it, it's action time. You know, basically it's just... I'll be good here. Snare can totally just eat anyone, so that's good. This is basically just like more of the first act, you know, where it's like, okay, go back into the castle. Beat some guys. And then, you know, finish it off. There's an airship, isn't there? There's definitely an airship. Oh, and a submarine. Like a lava submarine? No, that's like a robot dude. Okay, there's archers, and guys, give me flex for this dude. Well, that's not, I don't know how to feel about that. Giant robot just, destroyed a thing. Alright, flex, good fucking work. Now to make these guys chilla. I got him. Huh?
These are the elemental warriors.
Oh, it's destroyable with bombs. This area almost feels like a thermite tour hill in a weird way, right? Because like thermite, this is the first time you really have access to him. Okay. Lava is really bad if you're not thermite, so be more careful. Don't let energy expire when you're not Oh, come on! That I was standing a little bit on the lava. Just a little bit on the lava. Lava's really bad for you. Okay, this is not lava. This is rock. And now let me go over to the ice wall. Beautiful. That looks like a thing I can destroy. The triple mortar thing is like backfiring a bit insofar as it's making it hard to proceed as I like lay some mortars in front of me. So small words and deeds regretting of that, I guess. I don't know. Perhaps we didn't need to get that one. This doesn't look like the place to be. And the game told me, like, hey, no, don't. Oh. Duh. Up. Alright, I guess let's just, maybe you have to, like, kill those guys and then that'll open or something. I feel like I killed all the guys that I saw, but maybe I didn't. All right. Maybe bomb on that? Yes, a bomb on that. Little unintuitive.
Being held somewhere here.
All right. We'll find our lady. And then that'll be that. I feel like I'll say all these playthroughs are going really quickly. Maybe part of that is me, like, you know, just barreling forward when I could go to bed and, like, have a nice 4-hour stream rather than a 5. I do feel like doing a 1-hour finale thing isn't as good, you know? I feel like, this isn't enough for a final thing next week, you know? What's left in the game. I could be wrong. I will say I think that Conquer and, I feel like Conquer and Star Fox Adventures especially will take longer. Star Fox Adventures, I feel like that one might be 4 streams. I feel like Star Fox Adventures is the longest of the, games that I mean to play through in this whole, like, series of playthroughs. Random Rareware ones, you know? There we go. And there's the way forward. Is that climbable? Kinda looks climbable. But not like that. Ugh. Lava's dangerous. You gotta watch out for lava. That's just... thing they don't teach you in elemental school. Lava, just don't fuck around. These levels, I'll say, you know, you've been seeing, like, as you go through the game, it's been saying, like, oh, co-op thing unlocked, co-op action level unlocked. And that's because, like, all the dungeons, all the temples, as well as this sequence and the start of the game, they're all action levels that you can play through in co-op. And, oh my god. Lava! Lava, lava, lava! Come on, give me a good checkpoint there. Oh, thank you. Oh my god, this is actually just where I was. So, really couldn't ask for a better checkpoint. which is great because I'm dead again. Lovely. Thank you, Kameo Element of Power. Good job. Great checkpoint. Gonna move the mic a little closer to me. This is some weird... I don't... What? Good checkpoint, but I don't know where to go. I gotta admit. I'll figure it out. Forward. There we go. Here's where to go. That wasn't so hard. Ah! Lava! 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 Okay, hey, great, cool. Really good checkpoint, though. The lava is instant death. Just how lava is. It just makes sense to, okay. You know, you need to be careful around lava. I know this. What's that other move that we got for her? Bile. I don't know Snare's pronouns, honestly. That doesn't seem great. Alright. Just gotta get that guy and we're done. Okay. Look at that guy. He's made of stone. How about that? What do you use against a stone dude? Water? Okay, not water. More rock, I guess. That's it. Rock's the answer. Play some rubble. Play some rubble here. Rubble is fun. We haven't seen... I don't think we've seen rubble all stream. Is he the only one we haven't seen at all stream? Yes. Yes, he is. We saw a little bit of Deep Blue when I tried out the ability to, oil. Doop-de-doop-de-doo. let's just go ahead and kick these guys' asses. Here we go. Beautiful. Another one of these guys. What? Was I that low? Was I that low on health? That's news to me. I thought I was doing pretty well. These checkpoints are nice enough where it really doesn't... No. Oh. Flex is really good. Oh, that should count for my meter. Eating a guy. Did I eat two guys? Hang on. I should probably kill that big dude. And not, just eat all these, like, ironclad guys without end.
To read about the warriors.
Oh, wow, that just kills those guys. They're easy prey to just a assault of bombs. Just bomb, bomb, bomb. They're dead. Thermites is the most strong of the dudes, of the elemental warriors. There's, you know, as much as I like Flex, there's no contest that, like, Thermite can kill boss monsters. Thermite can kill tanks, you know, without any sort of special, like, ooh, here's an explosive shell. This spawns in this area specifically. Or some weird catapult thing. Like, nope, nope, nope. Just use your left trigger, right trigger, and there you go. We need to leave, don't we?
Press the A button to read about the warriors at your command. Deep Blue me.
Kind of hard to see the ice wall. And I'm worried about lava, you know? Oh, hey, it's these guys again. And you know what time it is.
These are the elemental
Time for
warriors.
pummelweed. Didn't I get the
These are
supercharged
the elemental
thing?
warriors that you have rescued or been given.
Weed kill. Hold while performing the weed creeper. Oh, I see. Hey. That adds like some extra mustard to my weed ability. It looks like it makes a little tornado appear. I thought it was like a super uppercut or something. Apparently it's not. Oh, it does like charge one up, and then if you hit it, yeah, it'd be an extra powerful uppercut. Let no one say pummelweed isn't good. You know, if Flex wasn't there and basically did a lot of the same things, but also with more things, you know, pummelweed would be pretty uncontested as far as like basic brawling. And you know, as good as Flex is, right? Flex is made of water, so anything that's strong against water, like, you know, you'd want to use pummelweed. What's strong against water, though? I can't think of anything, honestly. And so charge it up, and then it's like, ah, ba ba ba. Where are we going? Do I have to, like, kill these guys, or kill the dragon, or what? What's Cyclone? I'm not sure what I'm supposed to be doing here. Maybe just walk this way. Didn't we walk this way and nothing happened? I feel like that dragon is like a boss dragon. Feels really weird to have like aiming control on both left stick and right stick. Feels more natural in games when, you know, you have aim on one stick and move on the other. You know, but that just hadn't been, I guess, like, all the way codified at this point. I'll say, like, when I played this game for the first time, I was definitely not really accustomed to, okay, here's the boss of this area. Good. That was, like, less than a half hour. This is Lord Drock. The robot's name is Lord Drock. I said earlier that no boss was going to, like, chase us around. But I forgot about Lord Drock. Lord Drock definitely did do that. What do we do here? Shield? It'd be funny if he tried to hit us. Oh, hey. His chamber opened there. Okay. It'd be funny if he tried to hit us and it, like, failed because... Is this the way? Maybe Chilla. Okay, now we do Snare again. Oh, Snare's throw ability. I don't know, man. A little bit finicky. A little bit finicky. Should I be, like, throwing as many as possible onto him? Or just, like, detonating them as soon as I got one on there? It seems like they don't do that much individually. Maybe if I get a bunch on there, it'll be, really good. There's 3 batches. Let's see if this does. Yep. Get as many as you can. We got this. What? He didn't open his hole. His hole. His compartments. Snare's, like, throw ability feels really janky. Ow! The fact that you have to, like, root yourself in place, and if you run out of energy, you know, you'll just, like, automatically spit up everything. It's awkward. I've said before this route is, like, Snare, you know, kind of doesn't have the time to really, like, find his place. You know, you get him really late in the game, and, you get him really late in the game, and oh my god, there's 1 hit left, it looks like. You get him really late in the game, and he doesn't really have time to, like, really establish his gimmick. But, like, you know, in these, like, this level and the previous one, you do get a little bit of time with his, like, oh, you can throw stuff gimmick, and it's not good. It's not good gimmick. I like that he can eat, like, enemies in a single bite. That is a really cool thing. That is one really cool move. I do think it makes him decidedly B tier. as these elementals go. He's not sea. He's not deep blue. Though, like deep blue, it's close. It's actually close. Deep Blue also is a character who, like, you know, struggles in action and, like, has some of the worst parts of the game because he's awkward to control, but I don't think it's quite as bad. You know, that's like 5 minutes of bad gameplay from Snare and probably like, you know, 20 guys eaten, which was fun. Whereas Deep Blue is like a half hour of swimming awkwardly. And, yeah. What do I have this on backlogged? Let's see. Let me, I'm curious now. Let me pull up the old backlogged, which is a site on which I have, like, a bunch of my game reviews up to 2018. I honestly haven't, like, gotten up to present yet, but I do have Kameo in here. Is it 4 out of 5 or 5 out of 5? I have it as a 5 out of 5. I really think it's great. Fantastic action adventure with a lot of gameplay variety. The game has a great pace to it, giving you new forms frequently, which is great as it keeps things fresh. Switching between the many forms is really fun as it brings different gameplay to the table that can be expanded somewhat, which is fun. The game also looks great, which was super impressive so early in the 360 generation. My only complaint is there's no post-game, so once it's over, it's over. Yeah. You know, I gotta stand by that and say, like, you know, I gotta stand by that and say, like, yeah, you know, when I first played this, I was so bummed it was over that I literally went to the mountain and just, like, beat up guys repeatedly because I hadn't had my fill. And, you know, if a game is so good, you want to play it more after you've already played, like, a 8-hour campaign and done the co-op missions and all the other side stuff that, you know, we're not going to see during this playthrough. You know, that's a pretty good sign. You know, and I do think it is worth remembering that games should be considered based around the games that came up around the same time as them. For the 360 era, around this turn of the generations, this was damn good, and the best launch lineup game, I think. Not the best thing I had when I got my 360, because I got it with Oblivion, but, you know.
Heading to the Enchanted Kingdom. They mean to destroy it, and they might just have the firepower to succeed. We have to find Thorn and Callus and put a stop to their plans before it's too late.
That's right, it's time for the last level of the game, the last action level of the game, which is the Airship. We're now on the Airship. We're out of Volcano Land. We will no longer have to deal with lava. Thank fuck. But whoa, did I do damage to the thing by jumping and eating? Well, whatever, it's gonna fuck off, so maybe it's not fucking off. Maybe we actually have to kill it. Thermite to the rescue. Yippee! Okay, let's do it. Let's do this last action thing. It is 12:30, so we're maybe like at like 4.5 hours, I would say. Like 4.5 hours in this stream. Looking like a good 5 hours total, which I am happy with. I maintain that it was a good idea to keep going and not just end at the 4-hour mark half hour ago. Clearly, we're already like halfway. We got through one one solo action mission level. We can get through another one. Oh fuck these guys. Major ruin. I'm excited for the next couple playthroughs. I will say, just like straight up, you know, like how this works when I do these playthrough streams is that after I finish a game, and it hasn't been like a one stream situation, you know, I take a week off. Next week there will be no playthrough. That said, next week will be some sort of Mario Maker Super World thingamajig, where I play through my newly completed Super World in full from start to finish, and you know, have a good time. And try to see, like, how long it takes, roundabout, to get through the whole thing. Which will be fun. Obviously, since I only just completed the Super World, I haven't had the opportunity to play it, like, from start to finish yet. But that'll be sometime next week. And then we'll be back week after with Conquer, Star Fox Adventures, or Mystery Game. All of which I imagine will take longer than this one did. And I'll say, like, honestly, I would like these streams. I'll say, this one might have been a good one to take three episodes, 3 streams, 3 installments. You know, it was just that, you know, when I finished the first level last week, I was at the 2-hour mark, not even at 2 hours, and that's way too short. And when I finished that second level, that second area, we were at 4 hours. If I could get a good stopping point for a 3-hour stream, I would absolutely do that. Absolutely, absolutely, absolutely. With enough left over where there'd be a satisfying conclusion stream, you know, following that. I remember this being a great place for, well, maybe great place is the wrong word. This is a place where you need to do the snare business. This area is highly snare coded. Snare gets a B because being able to pick up enemies quickly and throw them also quickly is ideal. Though then again, well, Flex can't do it to enemies that big and bulky. Some other characters can also do that, but, you know, mileage may vary. I'll say, there are games that aren't rare games, nor randomizers that I would like to replay on stream at some point. But I like the idea of doing, like, a bunch of playthroughs that have, like, a central theme to them, you know? Or, like, a larger plan, etc. So, like, I'm not really in a rush to be like, okay, it's time for Sunshine, Mario Sunshine, and then Darksiders 2, and then Mother 3, you know, just random games and all, without any sort of, like, larger theme, larger initiative. But can I? No. I was wondering if I could take one of my buddies and use him instead of an enemy. But no, that's not ooh, wait, I ran out of energy, so I can't. There we go. okay, buddy. I'm really looking forward to the next 3 playthroughs, I'll say. And any others that get added as a result of the birthday stream in May. That birthday stream is going to be fun. Have I said what that's going to be? I'll say what that's going to be again, because why not? What else is going on? That's going to be Galaxy 1 and 2. Wherein every 5 lives I switch between games. Which is a gimmick that I've done a bunch of times on the channel, let me say. Look them up. Look up the VODs. They're great VODs. Quality gimmick, quality streams. We did both of those. Can we move on now? It looks like there's 2 more engines over here. Confused here. It looks like we Oh. Move forward from here. Yeah. I see. I was gonna say, it looks like there's like a bunch of propellers we have to take out. That'll be fun. I'm curious, like, how good of a fit Mario Galaxy is for that, right? Like, it could be that we're playing one game for a while, right? It could be that, like, Mario Galaxy, you're not gonna die that often. But, we'll see. Remember, Thermite just renders these guys, dead. This worked last time. Well, use Chilla. Looking forward to all those playthroughs. Rare's done so many games that I love, and so many that, like, frankly, I want to play all of them on stream. I want to have it so that, like, yeah, basically every Rare game I love deserves some amount of time of day, you know? And, you know, like, games like Kameo, right? Are games that I feel like a lot of people don't appreciate as much as I do. And, like, yeah, that's why I wanted to play it. I'll say I'm kind of the most excited, if I had to say, of, like, the 2, you know, of the 3 that are left, though one of them is a mystery, so I will not say any further on that one. I'm kind of most excited about Conquer, just because, like, Conquer is such an odd thing. And also something that, like, if you're under a certain age, maybe you just never heard of Conquer. Maybe it's just, like, missed you altogether. And maybe, you know, when I start playing it, I want, you know, I hope that people come and check it out and watch along and find out, like, holy shit, what is this crap? What is that gear doing? Oh, that's a good guy. I should kill these guys. Who is that ornery gear? What is going on with that cow? Holy crap. That's fine. We got a good checkpoint there. What's going on with that cow? Holy shit. That, it's singing. You know what? You know who. The Great Mighty Pooh. People who don't know Conquer, man, you should find out about Conquer. That's gonna be fun, I think. I hope to see some people watching that and going like, "What the fuck is this?" That's my hope. I've heard some people, you know, I've talked about Conquer, I mentioned it, and had some people say, "I've never heard of that." That just makes me want to play it even. That just makes me want to play it so much more. The fact that some people just don't know what they're in for. I mean, I do wonder, like, how much it holds up. I do wonder, like, how much, as an adult, the humor is, like, palatable. But also, whatever, it'll be fun. Yeah, baby! Yeah. Good, okay. I had no energy there for a second, so... if the timing was off, then it would be a problem. Everyone's dead. Unless this has someone. That kind of reminds me of the big boiler in Conquer. The big bullocked boiler. People are gonna like Conquer. I don't know. There is something to be said about, yeah, it's pretty juvenile, a lot of the humor, but I don't know, man. Hearing the words big bullocked boiler just makes me smile a little bit inside. I like that scene where, and I think about it often, where the guy, he says, what's the password? And I don't know. And the cavemen go like, "Ow!" And Conquer goes, "What?" And he says, "Fellatio." No. Fellatio? No. Fidelio. Fidelio? How'd you know? I'm the king. That's probably a scene you shouldn't think too much about. But I don't know, man. I played it like early enough in life where Conquer is, I think about it more than I should. I don't know. What the fuck? I wonder if I'm gonna laugh. I wonder if I'm going to, like, laugh at the jokes. Other than just, like, over how coarse they are. Well, that's always was the comic appeal, right? I'll also say, again, there is an incentive. There's gonna be a whole thing with the birthday stream. We're adding extra games, and one of the games that could be added is Live and Reloaded, and I think that's just the remake of Conquer, except the controls are slightly shittier in some places and slightly better in others. And I think that'd be fun to have to play them both. I think it'd be fun and funny. And like, you know, I'll say like, it's slightly shittier in the first part, where you have to like, where they basically made it so that every enemy who you could just melee before, or just avoid or something, melee becomes a lot more annoying in the remake of Conker's Bad Fur Day in Live and Reloaded, but the shooting is much improved because it had like Halo to look at for like how to do that, whereas the original Conker is like kind of, you know, another example of N64 shooter, the N64 type of shooter, which is not fantastic. We're almost done here. So far, we're still been going about 4.5 hours, so I think that is about right. It was a good idea to not stop, because otherwise I, you know, would have had a, like, a couple hour stream, like, next week, which, I like a longer stream. At least an hour. At least 2 hours. We're really low health. Ah. Hopefully it lets us pick up right at that second, the second wing. I mean, it will. Checkpoints have been pretty good. Yep, perfect, yes. Should we be like... Maybe we should like chill with this guy. Hang on a second. Let me use 40 below. There hasn't been enough 40 below for a while. Oh, 40 below can't do barely anything about these guys. Can't even force them off the fucking edge.
These are the elemental warriors that you
okay.
Or been given.
I think I maintain the lack of endgame. And the issue isn't that there's not content. The issue is that, like, you know, the game kind of hits its stride around this point. And I think even in the Rare Replay, like, docu feature that I checked out, you know, and I mentioned several times this stream, even in that documentary thing, they mentioned, like, oh yeah, by the time you're getting all the guys together, the game's really hit its stride and everything's, like, firing in all cylinders. And yet, that's when there's just, barely any game left, and, you know, a lot of the dudes just don't get that much time to really, not as much time as they otherwise, would. Is there a better way to hit this guy? I don't remember what the final boss is like, honestly. Why do I get the feeling that... I'm getting a feeling that, like, when we get... I'm getting a feeling that this might have been one of those, like, cutscene final bosses, you know, where... Like, spoilers, but, Star Fox Adventures. Well, not... You know, there's a part of Star Fox Adventures that's like that, but, you know, we're like, oh, we're expecting to fight Troll, Thorn, but we're gonna go through the door, and it's gonna be like, oh, the end. Here's a cutscene to explain what happens next! No! Oh, boy. Fuck.
These are the elemental warriors.
Okay, maybe we can
press the A button.
Use Major Ruin to get up here. Oh, that's much easier. Here, Chilla, you can finish it off. Beautiful. Thank you, Chilla. That's so much easier than the Chilla strategy I was using. I wish we had done that 5 minutes ago. Sick! We either got a final boss here. Folks, it's time for either a final boss or an ending. I can't remember which it's gonna be, but like, I don't remember fighting Callus. I don't remember fighting Thorn. So, what's it gonna be? I have zero memory of this. I remember the airship, but I don't remember, like, the boss fight here. I mean, I guess because it was a co-op level, I've probably gone through the airship, like, multiple times. Or, you know, many more times than I've gone through the whole entire game before. There's our Ma.
You never did.
Little Kameo, you don't really think you can defeat me, do you?
That's the voice you're going for? Okay, that's fine.
Let me give you a piece of advice. The candle that burns twice as bright only burns half as long. And you've already burned oh so bright.
Well,
Prepare to die.
Are trolls supposed to be a little bit dim?
I haven't yet begun to burn.
I mean...
when I do, all that will be left of you is ashes.
I mean, they do make incredible
Such
machines.
spirit. Now I see why Athena passed the power onto you, instead of the wretched excuse for an elf.
I don't know, she did some good treachery. She did some good treachery.
How dare you! The only reason you're
Yeah.
Gullible as your father was. Not even worth the effort it would take to kill you. But
don't disrespect my father. He
quiet.
You know he killed them, right? He killed your father? Okay, that's fine.
And the light of technology shall burn like a beacon, consuming all the old ways in its flames.
I guess that's like a theme. Was this guy just like one of those... He kind of looks like one of those armored trolls. And I'm doing damage just by hitting him with my thermite. Oh, there's just some guys to fight. Let me, You know, it's nice, these guys, because they're giving me hearts, and hearts are good. For them, we want flex. Oh, she's just gonna summon guys until the fight is over, isn't she? Okay. Let's just focus on the main dude then. And hope to get them through, like, collateral damage. I can see why I forgot about this boss fight. Very forgettable final boss, honestly. The other, like the boss fight in the oopsie daisy. The boss fight earlier with the big eye, that was a more memorable boss fight. That, like, used abilities more in interesting ways. And, you know, one of the main ways this is difficult is just, like, adding monsters to the mix. You know, which is, ah, shit. Not all that, different from the rest of the game, really. I mean, it's supposed to be like a final boss, right? Should be, in some ways, the culmination of everything that's come before, but you can go too far with that. These guys are ice, so fire should be actually good against them. I still have one fruit. Spirit up, please. Give me spirit up for thermite. I'm tired of having to stop firing. And now I have double energy, so I can fire for longer. Isn't that nice? I mean, I'll say every time that I complained about running out of energy, I could have upgraded it with each spirit guy, but I don't know, it doesn't seem like I feel like this game you really want to be switching most of the time, and like only with thermite is it like, oh, you know, we found the one that can do it all, the one that can take down like the final boss without even like that much effort. Like, I'm literally just strafing around and just laying bombs at his feet. These guys are water. We should, Flex take care of these guys? No, we need to spray them. That's not enough to, like, actually kill them, so... Oh, but the AoE friendly fire can do it. And now they're gone. Oh. You can die now. You know, I almost feel like this game could really use like a new game plus, where like, oh, you know, go through the whole game again, see all the combat trials again, but this time you have all your dudes and all the moves, so from the start, you know, from the earliest action stages, you're like thermiting it up. You know, Flex is coming out hot and early. Oh, it's time for to spray some dudes down with water, I guess. I don't know if that's ever... I almost feel like it's a shame that, like, half the guys just don't get to be in half the game. You know? Like, Flex especially. We all love Flex. Don't tell me Now I need to, like, Chilla my sister. And there we go. Sister dead. Chilla getting the last gasps there.
Your family betrayed you, Callus. Chose an orphan over there.
It's the ending. Oh, turns out the Mystic was behind it all.
And tell no one of the journey.
Why did that guy appear for a second?
I will tell your family where you went, should they need to know.
The Mystic is a traitor. She's been manipulating us both all along.
You're as gullible as your father was.
And you. You murdered my father. But now I will finish what he started.
Oh, is that Dad? I guess that's Daddy. And also the guy on the horse during those defense missions. Same armor, I guess, even though he's not the same person. I'm gonna move down here. The game's over, so I don't need to worry about covering up the UI anymore. All my spirits became a magical orb. Shield. And also, Callus seemed to sacrifice herself. Tried to sacrifice herself, but also we're just so excellent we could just, you know, do a thing. Oh, she's turning him to stone or something.
Tell our family. I'm sorry.
She turned herself to stone at the same time. All right, that's an ending. It was a little bit of a face turn there. That's fine. The Mystic was behind it all. If there was a cameo, too, then you know, you'd do more stuff with the Mystic, I guess. The rebels with their rebel aircraft seem to be surviving the explosion, so that's nice. And we landed on a friendly aircraft. The kingdom has been saved, and now there's no trolls anymore. No baddies, really. This was probably 720p, this video. It looks a little bit, off. You know, this was early in HD video, you know, they didn't know that 1080p would be, what's actually HD, and 720 would be thought about as, like, no hope or resolution, you know. Back then, 720 was a big upgrade. Even if you didn't have, like, the full 1080. But, like, within, like, 5 years, it was like, you know, like, oh, just do 1080. Just do 1080. Come on, let's not fuck around here. No one's doing 720. For any reason whatsoever. Anyway, that's Kameo. It's 1 a.m. This has been about 5 hours tonight. That's fine. That's a good length for a stream. A little long, but, you know, there was just no better way to cut it up. that last segment, that last dungeon is like an hour long. So like, we probably could have done an hour less of farting around, doing side stuff. I don't even know if we did half the moves that we bought. Certainly I didn't try out the, those deep blue moves. Nor did I get the opportunity to do some of them, you know, like the underwater ones. There was no underwater in the rest of the game after I acquired that move, so, like, what was I to do? I maintain my old thought, which is that I really enjoyed the game, really loved going through it, really had a great time. My only issue is that it's not long enough. There should be more of it. And more of it, like, once it reaches its stride, with, like, the full assortment of dudes, the full assortment of elementals, as many powers as you can get. Like, there's side stuff you can do now, and you can go back into the world and get more, but there's never going to be another troll in the overworld. And the only place where troll spawns seemed like it was a mistake. The place where, the mountain, where you get deep blue. That area has guys on it. That area is still populated, and it probably shouldn't be. So, whatever. I'm gonna drop the volume by a bit, just a scotch. Like, it keeps on getting better and better and better as it goes, as more and more elementals join the roster, and you get more and more moves for them, and, you know, there's more and more they can do with puzzles and design and things of that nature, and yet, by the time it really gets going, it's basically over. And the side stuff just doesn't quite, hit hard enough to, just isn't enough, you know? Like, what I need is a new game plus, I think would have been the best thing for it. Right? If it had a new game plus and we could go back in and be like, ooh, it's time to thermite up the first mission of the game, you know? Oh, let's use Flex from the very beginning. And use Flex all in the Forest Temple situation. You would have to do the Water Temple pretty much the same because it's all mostly water. And underwater and swimming and stuff, and Deep Blue is the only one who could do that. But you could use the moves that we didn't have a Deep Blue, like that water tentacle thing. You could use those maybe, and that'd be nice. I like it a lot. I think it's the best 360 launch game. And when I played it, you know, at launch, at Xbox 360 launch, you know, in a year that had such hits as Oblivion, and later... Was BioShock the next year? I think BioShock was the next year, actually. It had hits like Oblivion, man, and I still couldn't get enough of this one in particular. Like, I went back to it. I got every little bit out of it. I got all the skins, you know, I paid for them. I did online co-op with friends. It was a great time, and one that I feel especially fondly about. I could use just a little more meat. Like, if it just had 2 more elementals, let's say 2 more elementals. I say that, but, like, if it just extended the game as it did previously, those 2 elementals would be the one we were saying, like, oh, you know, there's no time to get really to know. Well, I guess Thermite would always still be the last one, and I bet Snare would probably be still second last. But, you know, maybe third last. There would still be not enough time to spend with Snare. There would still be not enough time to spend with, like, you know, a fully upgraded Deep Blue. It's a great game, and I stand by the 5 out of 5, and especially I think at the time, that just felt like the right score to give it. Felt like the right score to give it. let's jump back in real fast and just see, like, if there's any cutscene or nothing. Nah. And if you go down to the... There's not. And if you go down to, like, the world, you'll find, like, the battle is long over down there. Which, that's fine. That's fine. Of course it would be. I don't know. I like games where there's, like, a new game where, like, you can just continue in the world. And even though if the story is over, there's still, like, guys to fight out there because, you know, guys to fight are good. And, we got all these nice abilities that we never got to really get time of day with, like, you know, we never sucked anyone up. We never, did a storm. I never froze my icicle to get, like, an instant freeze situation. You know, there's probably a bunch more that I just didn't find the time to use, which is a damn shame. But I'll say I had a good time, and isn't that enough? Let me make myself big. Make myself big 1 second here. Ooh. Make myself big. And let me pull up the old schedule, which needs to be updated because we did finish Kameo, and I forgot to edit it before the stream to reflect that. Not that I knew 100% that we would do that. Nothing next week. Week after. Another random Rareware playthrough. There we go. That's will be. Another... Alright, yeah. So, there'll be that. I'll also say... sometime next week... TBD... Super World stream. Stream to show off... Super World. I gotta have a better name for that. Playing my newly finished Super Mario Maker 2 Super World in full. Start to finish. I'm just a little bit put off by the way that I can't just have 2 words on a line. That just looks wrong. Needs to go a little longer than that. Just take the super. You know what? Just take the super. Oh, whoa. My keyboard is being all weird. Here we go. Okay. Take the super. Move it to a new line. There we go. That'll be sometime next week. I'll workshop a name for that. I'll workshop a better name for that, but basically, I got a whole finished Super World. I need to play through it in full for the first time, and I'll, you know, myself, now that it's all done, figure out how long it's gonna take. And also, think about things like, you know, I need to make a trailer. One thing I want to answer in that stream, whenever we do it next week, is, what levels should go in the trailer, how many of them, which ones have the interesting stuff, and the stuff that's impresses, and, like, enough variety that, you know, comes off well. That'll be next week sometime. Folks, thank you for joining me for Kameo, Elements of Power. In 2 weeks, I will come back with Star Fox Adventures, Conker's Bad Fur Day, or a mystery game. But that'll be in 2 weeks from now. The Switch will be fully revealed by that point. And it'll be April. So look forward to that. In the meantime, catch me on Friday for viewer levels, and sometime next week for my Super World, start to finish, in full. That'll be a stream. Let me see if I can do a Twitch raid for anyone on the Twitch side at this point. 5 hours in. Who's going? Thinking. I'll send you to Andy Havoc, that's fine. Andy Havoc always likes people raiding. That's always a thing that Andy Havoc likes. Okay. Folks, I will see ya on Friday for viewer levels. As always, I didn't talk about anime this stream. I will on the Friday stream. We're gonna save all that anime talk for Friday, you know, as well as other things. I'll talk about stuff, and we'll have a good time. That'll be Friday. Next playthrough 2 weeks from now. Mario Maker Super World stream sometime next week. Look forward to all that. I'll see ya when I see ya. Take it easy, folks. Y'all have a good one. Bye.